MFM guys, Angry Black Men's Book Club. This is part 3 and a continuing series of me, Dr. Randy Short, your host, and other people who are tired of the cultural bullshit of eugenics, racism, white supremacy, pork chop feminism, toxicity, pimp masculinity, jackass black men, and so forth. And how do we have these things in the historical, social context put out with literature? So you're welcome, welcome, welcome. Please, if you are here, come on in. I ain't hiding from you. Please make yourself, come on in. I'm right back. And let me see. I've got to reach out to Black Rose, who's just a disruptive element until she works this shit out with this. Okay. 4 people out there. MFM, everybody, I'm back. I had to do a wardrobe change. It's sort of some shit I saw Diana Ross do. MFM to everybody. I am about to, if I can't catch her, I'm going to run right with it. Okay, I want everybody to know that there were 2 documentaries, and I can do one or both. And of course, I want to look at this other book, After Mecca, because what we've been doing is kind of heavy on the white side. But because we worship everything the white people do, it doesn't really hurt for me to talk about that. But I want to bring in some other issues because there are lots. I mean, I have so much stuff I can't even do it all. It's sort of like one of the Muslims with the big harem. You can't bone everybody you want to, but you think about it. Let me see. I'm going to slide a couple of these over, and I'm going to ignore some, and I just have to pick them up. I might even do one of these Monday night. If y'all are really fired up, I might just do a Monday night Angry Black Men's Book Club. So these things don't have to be so long, okay? All right. I got 3 people. Hey, Black Rose, did you pick up the phone? Hello?
I'm here.
Okay, well, where are you? I mean, I sent the invitation. It's in your email. That's the way I can send it to you.
Let me go in and grab that.
Oh, look. And we have a special guest. Jim Clyburn, all the way from South Carolina. Yes, this chicken represents punk-ass Jim Clyburn, who doesn't want anything. You made that bastard with dementia a presidential, almost president-elect if they finish stealing it, and he won't ask for shit. This is Jim Clyburn, and he's like almost every other sellout, tired ass and boomer coon that can't die fast enough. I mean, where's James Earl Ray when you need his ass? Damn. At least someone say they want to hurt someone. I mean, shoot. Man, we can't even get white trash to hate on Q, on Code. Damn. Oh, my. I don't use the term African American anymore. I rarely use it. I don't fight over this whole Africa thing. I want to see some Africans fight over me. And it's not that I don't love my African friends and family. That's not the issue. The issue is just very political. And so I've found, forgive me, Mr. Black, all this Montessori shit, we're trying to reach out and love everybody, and we can't work out some basic shit like drinking water, like toilet paper, like air quality, like schools or housing, and we're running after this stuff everywhere else. So I'm really not devoting a whole lot of emphasis on any place but the United States. I spent about better part of 30 years of my life doing stuff on a diaspora level. And at the end of the day, I realized I didn't have anything here. I was so busy doing stuff everywhere else. So I deal with this here. People have a problem with that. Hey, how you doing? If people have a problem with me wanting to focus on the country where I live in initially, God bless you. Okay, I got friends everywhere and do stuff for folks as best I can everywhere. But at the end of the day, whenever I see people from Africa, whatever, people normally from Africa, the Caribbean or whatever, they want you to give their ass something. Give me a school, a scholarship. I need some money. They're calling you asking for motherfucking money, and we haven't had any MFM money. Okay. So I find it with great irony that the people who are descendants of folks who may have sold my ass are asking me for money, and I've never been paid. And the basis of our relationship is whether I can give them something. And so all the little fake ass Pan-Africanists, forgive me, I find all of y'all to be liars. When y'all show me the damn money for me just to exist here, we can talk about doing other things. But it's some total bullshit to talk about this we are the world shit. Has anybody ever cut a fucking record for us to survive? Even if it's a bunch of queer ass people in Hollywood, some movies, has any of their stars or celebrities tried to do that for us? Could they? I'm certain that they could. Has the African fucking Union even took Haiti? By the way, the Palestinians are in the African Union. We aren't. I want some fucking reciprocity. I'm a reciprocal Pan-Africanist. Show me something, I'll show you something too. I'm a reciprocal Black American. You show me you're a brother, sister, I'm one to you. You're not, fuck you. We're at that level now. So, nope, I'm not going to scream a whole lot about Africa or anything. I won't. I don't care who doesn't like it. I'm doing, I had someone from Africa the other day call me and they want me to do a whole bunch of stuff. And my thought was, well, will you help me do any of what you've asked me for? The answer was no. Just for the love of Africa, and Africa will be free, do all this work for us. One day you'll feel good about it. Fuck that. And fuck stupid ass Black Americans who haven't dealt with enough Africans to kick them in the ass for them to recognize that you've got to exist somewhere. You exist somewhere. Come on. It's and so yeah, Jason Smith, I have encountered a whole lot of Akata hate in my day. I never said separate, but Maliki, you're on some bullshit. I didn't say separate myself from continental Africans. I said wipe my own ass before I talk about wiping someone else's. What the fuck don't you get in that? How do you not get that? Are you so fucking confused if I say my ass is itching and it needs another retouch? How is that hurting someone in Africa whose ass needs to be wiped? Or do you suggest that my asshole continues to itch and I wipe theirs with no promise of hope that they ever might throw me something to wipe my asshole? This is what I don't like about Pan-Africanists. Pan-Africanists are liars. Pan-Africanists are phonies. Pan-Africanists are deluded dreamers. Not because we don't have anything in common with people in Africa. Not because we're not doing stuff in there. But because when you go to Africa, when you see people, maybe out in the village, when you get away from the city, they might just be cool to you because you're American Black. They call you American. They do not necessarily, they don't treat you bad, but you're an American. They let you know that. And I'm not mad at them. And when you try to say Black American, I've met Africans that don't recognize this. They see American, period. So they consider you a jackass. Why do I have to call you a Black American? Nobody else does. You're an American, like everybody else. So I meet all these fake ass people who have these imagined. They have lots of books and they read and they wear. And I love African clothes. Should I have some on now? But at the end of the day, I never will forget the nasty woman in Ghana who insulted me. Like, why the hell do you have those clothes on? I had on clothes from Ghana. I had bought that I wear here. I mean, you think you impress us wearing that? And I'm thinking, why would she be angry at me for wearing African clothing? See, this bitch was in the American used clothing. So the phony Black Americans, the phony people in America are running after shit that is premature. Like I said, I bought clothes from a person who bought clothes from a person to help someone who made African clothing. I love the clothes. I used to have a lot. People stole a lot of African clothes I had. I love African clothes. And if I had the money, I would wear it all the time, constantly. I like it better than a lot of the clothes I see in the store here. I just do. So, all of you, if you got a question, well, I'm not going to run around and do a whole bunch of Pan African bullshit. Don't follow my channel. I'm not going to do it right now. I'm not going to do it. Okay. When I bring up the fact that Shirley Chisholm and Audre Lorde and a lot of these other people that are pushing this crazy sexuality agenda are foreign Black people who would never do this where they came from, shows you the kind of disrespect they have. And then to become so-called Black leaders of the people they don't identify with, to push stuff that they couldn't do where they come from, it's absolutely insane. A lot of these Black folks who want to be connected to everyone else feel inferior. I don't have an inferiority complex. I don't reject people in Africa. I never have. I never did it. I didn't do it. I'm 55. I didn't do it when I was 4. So I meet all these dumbass people. They get off to college. They go to a couple of lectures and they decide that they're connected. I had that problem. I will just say to all of you, one of the few things I did have is certified genealogists in my family. I knew where at least significant parts of my relatives in Africa came from before I was 10 years old. So I'm 55 now. So for 45 years, I've had some knowledge of this. So for people who are just getting to that, welcome to the damn club. I grew up knowing about Africa. Okay. First international trip I went on by myself was to Africa. Okay, and that was in 1983. That's what, 17? Wow, 37 years ago. So the first trip I did on my own was to go to Africa as a teenager. So I don't listen to people who have comments, okay? I'm known all over Africa. I'm respected all over Africa by various people. I don't have to carry water for anyone, especially not a Black American. I won't do it. I don't get it. I don't get it correct. And yes, order. One, my family is as Indigenous American as it is African. All my life, I knew about being significantly Aboriginal, Native, whatever. The people that were here when the white folk got here. I've got pictures. I grew up with them. People who were basically indigenous to this continent. That's the fact. And I would get punished and beaten in school by white teachers for insisting that I had any connection to the original people that were here. So, for all the Black folks who find out who the hell they are in their 20s and 30s and 40s, more power to you. I never didn't know who I was. And I pity the Negroes with self-hatred or have an obsession with being in coalitions with people who won't do anything for you. In fact, let me just repeat this. When the person asked me, will you do all this stuff to help us? And I said to him, brother, is there anything that you can do to help me help you? And the answer was basically no, just on some Pan-African shit. Do all this for me. And well, you got a good heart. Now you're a businessman. You mean you don't have a good heart? You're asking me to do consulting? I can think of a couple of countries in Africa that I have personally, as a little person, helped. Could have done more. My great grandmother's Piscataway. Okay. I am who I am, and so white teachers did used to beat you. You didn't desegregate schools. Okay, I'm talking about being in the first wave of Blacks that went to school with whites. Sure, they did whip you. Sure, they did. And I know what it's like for a teacher to peke me and body slam me for claiming Egyptians were Black in 1973. I know what it's like to be thrown and to hit a concrete floor. Okay, so no, that's 73. Some of y'all asses weren't born. So I don't want to hear what basically anyone has to say. I speak the way I do. Y'all want to have a whole big ass discussion about Africa and the connections to Africa, which are there. I went to World Conference on Racism. My auntie is one of the founders of Africare to put up all kinds of stuff to help feed folk in Africa. Sure, they did. I've done what I could at this point for Africa. Okay.
Mhm.
Just exposing the U.S. government killing people with Ebola and the FBI and other people fuck with me for all those years. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. And I can speak as little about Africa as I feel when I fucking feel like it. Africa has 1.5 billion people. They can fight and speak for themselves. Okay. And for anybody African, let me see, I just sent some money to one of my African associates. Normally, when I see people from Africa, they want something, give me. Okay. When I'm underpaid, underemployed, struggling,
Mhm.
I don't know. I do have a business partner that's African. Okay. And he knows how fucked up it is. And I know most Africans that get here don't do a fucking thing for people back in Africa because Africans are inconsiderate. Let's just do this since someone brought this shit up.
Uh-oh.
African person will assume that you have so much money, you've got this, you've got that. They do not think about any problem, nor do they care to hear if you have a problem. America, everything is easy, it's rich, it's free. Gimme. In fact, don't just gimme, bring me over. Africans that in America no longer help bring other Africans over because they get backstabbed, robbed, cheated, exploited. And that's real talk. Okay, so Maliki, I don't worship the African Orishas. I mean, in fact, those African Orishas were the gods of the kings that sold our asses. So I'm not apologizing to anyone. I don't have any fascination with all that goddamn spirituality. Why hasn't it kicked out the Chinese and the Indians and the other people that just got over there? We'll give them the 400 years. I'm not impressed. When I go to Africa and every other Jesus is whiter than any white person I've ever seen, or they're running up under the Saudis, kissing their asses. I don't have time for it. In fact, I've wasted time, very valuable time, talking to ADOS and FBA people that want to learn how to fight for our damn bridgehead here, as many Africans want to be in this country. I know Africans that hate Donald Trump because they can see that Donald Trump has actually tried to help Black Americans. They actually want the borders open. They'll just pour in. They don't know who the hell you are, and they don't care. And I'm not mad at them. I'm not saying anything, but it is what it is. So I'm not sorry to anyone. My degree, I think I spent basically 10 years in African studies, dealing primarily with Africans. And I can't say I have really any friends out of that experience. And it's not that I'm an unfriendly person. A lot of folks hate our guts. They don't like us. It's not all Africans, but it's the kind that come here. And I'm not even mad at people being mercenary assholes to get their own. But the minute I start trying to wipe my asshole, don't interrupt me and tell me I don't care about you. Wipe your own asshole. And if you want me to wipe yours, pay me or help me find the paper to do it. It's real talk. I made myself clear I won't revisit this. This is not going to be talking about Africa. I have a special segment for Brazilian. If little Africans want to come on my damn thing and we talk about what Ivory Coast and so forth, fine. But I think I spent 2 years helping folks in Ivory Coast. I spent 3-4 years helping people in Ethiopia. I spent 5 years helping people in Sudan. I spent several years helping people in Congo. I don't know of anybody to really help me or do anything or care a fuck about the situation here. I know it's like to ask people, well, what about the Black American thing? And the people basically either dismiss it or laugh or say, what are you talking about? That shit is psychically and emotionally hurtful for people to say, oh, well, fuck your people. Or what one of my wonderful teachers from the Gambia told me, Dr. J.I.O. Langley, I'll write his name up, one of the greatest Pan-Africanist scholars of last century, one of my mentors, who I love dearly, J.A. Langley. Look him up. Dr. Langley said 20 years ago, or thereabout to me, Mr. Short, are you aware of what they're trying to do to you? And I'm like, Mr. Short, come into my office. Mr. Short, You're an American. This is your country. Don't let these African niggas come here and take it from you. This is your country. Don't let them take it. They don't respect you. They won't help you. They will throw you aside. So my teacher from Gambia, I never said anything, came and told me these Africans that you're going to school with hate your guts. They won't work with you. They won't help you. They don't like you. They will throw you out of your own country. I never had a Black American. This is a Pan Africanist telling me this is your country. You got to fight for it. You don't have anywhere else to go but here. Stand up, protect it. These other people that come over, they don't see any unity or brotherhood. They're there to get theirs for their specific ethno-linguistic group. They don't give a goddamn about us. And I shouldn't expect them to. I don't. I'm not mad. My problem is fake ass Pan-Africanists, bullshit Pan-Africanists. I'm a reciprocal Pan-Africanist. I'm a brother if you're a brother. If you're not a brother, you're an other. And I'm the same way with Black Americans. So I treat Africans equally. I don't look down and I don't look up. I look evenly. Period. Brothers and sisters, pardon me for that rude and disgraceful exchange that had to take place with persons who want to confuse my effort to try to educate some of you who didn't get to go into debt and go to the elite bullshit schools that I did, for me to share with you stuff that they will not show you at most HBCUs or community colleges. And certain elitist Black people always want to help everybody else. Like the people we were reading about in Margaret Sanger's book, that they want to save the Boule type people, want to always help everybody else, but they have complete contempt for the grassroots Black people. I don't. I'm from the grassroots. I give a damn about the grassroots. Having said that, because I want to do what I want to do, I want to just say to you, there's a film that I want to see. Africans work hard. Shit. If Africans work so hard, why isn't Africa developed? And if Black people didn't work hard, Gene Jello, why did America develop so quickly with Black people here? Hearing no answer, please don't do that shit with me. I don't want to hear how hard other people work. In fact, we made this country the richest country in no time. I want to get right down to business. I want to get down to business of watching this degenerate film because I want to bring up the issue that the same people that are pushing eugenics are also pushing the LGBTQ thing. They want everybody twisted. They want the Black man to be a Black girl. They want the Black girl to be a Black boy. It's always something other than what it is. And I need you guys' help. I need to bring this up. Bring it one more. Boost this thing up some more. I want you to see a film that I wasn't supposed to show in school when I was teaching. And y'all see why I always get into trouble, because I love telling the truth. The truth really pisses coons off. I want y'all to see this thing, a piece of it. I may not do the whole thing. Let's get busy. Y'all need to see this. Hold on. Okay, come on, work with me. Oh, it went off.
What they call fresh meat. I've had knives pull on me. I've been told that I'd be on TV. My folks would see me on TV, dead. Murdered in Limestone Penitentiary.
Limestone is the largest lockup in the nation's poorest prison system. The whole county lonely nights I spent taking penitentiary chances trying to get up the rent. Our relationship like drugs, better be smart, don't start.
98% of the inmate population is dirt poor. So there's no such thing as pleasure in prison. Sure, I might be able to eat me a hamburger once a week if I know the right people. But that's nothing. That's nothing compared to sleeping up under air conditioning. It's nothing compared to watching the NBA Finals on a widescreen TV. This is a world within a world. You got everything under the sun here. You got homosexuality, run rapid. You got gambling. You got gangs. You got everything.
See, now is my name. Dripping hoes in my game. My place got Mobile, Alabama. Is the state that I claim. Where the niggas back there. Junk food and toiletries from the commissary serve as legal tender in prison. Cash money is illegal. And any item not purchased from the prison store is contraband. So bags of instant coffee and candy are the money in the underground economy. They make a deal, misdemeanor. I ran out of cash. It's like he didn't have my bank account. The old rules that govern exactly how business is transacted in the penitentiary are as precise as NASDAQ.
The hustling part is because people don't have any money. This is how the game works. You know, I ain't got no means of money. I got a box full of candy back there. Cookies, Zuzus, and Wham-Whams is what they call it. I'm going to loan it to another inmate. I'll let you get a pack of cookies for 2 packs back next week. If a man borrows too much stuff, it gets too far in debt. Either you fight for it and let him know I'm not going to pay you, so me and you just going to have to whoop each other's ass and we're going to go to lockup, or we're going to go back here and fuck, just ever how you want to do it. That's the way it works. He might have borrowed 10 suits and ended up fucking out his ass the rest of his life while he's here on account of 10 suits. Got him that way. Because 10 suits, if you can't pay it this week, it's going to cost you 20 suits next week. And the week after that, it's going to be 40 suits. So sooner or later, the man's going to step to you and tell you, hey, I'm tired of your shit.
Mindy was preyed upon by convicts who used the boo game. The boo game consists of terror tactics and loan sharking to turn a guy out.
One of the first things they're going to throw up is the stuff they've given you. You know, you owe them for that. And then they kind of put the boo down with it, the boo game. And to where you owe them that plus interest, you know. They try to get you in a bind.
Race, gang membership, smarts, black market profits all determine who's on top. Mark Moore, serving 20 for a gang shooting, was feared and respected at Limestone Correctional. Mark would become Mindy's man.
Mindy, that's his nickname. I gave him that nickname all. And he was my baby. I was comfortable with him. In prison, your boys or your sisters, that's like your wife or your woman on the street. On the streets, bring money or get you whatever. In prison, the more coffee you have, the more cigarettes and bullshit you have, it gets you what you want.
Gorilla Records is in full of business. It's going down for the new millennium, baby. Y'all better tell them boys that now who I am, man. You know me, you know. Mark was notorious. He thrived in Limestone's Wild West atmosphere. Back in the day, it didn't drunk and shit. Funny niggas to let them know I wasn't no punk and shit. You know, I put the stove on niggas, the load on niggas. Cannons and Jaguars getting drove on niggas. You know, I got more candy on my ride and Reese's Pieces. Iceberg with creases to mess the ice on my I don't know. I told this freak I got a buffet at my sweet. She said, for real? I said, I promise all the beats you can eat. You know, I ain't a million, my family gonna get fed. Bread and water ain't enough. We want some bacon and eggs. You know, I put a hit out of my friend by my head to become that reincarnated. I'ma kill him again. You know,
As far as me being ashamed or having a complex about it, I don't. Because I'm a strong believer, if you got to be ashamed of something that you do, you shouldn't do it.
This society away from society mirrors the actual society out there. We have religion, we have schools, we have drugs, we have sex, we have all types of vices. And I tell you, I wouldn't want to work in a prison that didn't have some vices in it. And sometimes those things keep them busy. They keep them out of our hair. Now, there again, I don't condone it. And if we catch them, we'll punish them. But I know it goes on, and it probably does have some element of helping us keep control.
The more shit like coffee and cigarettes, things like of that nature that I got, the more I wanted. The more boys that I picked up, the more I wanted. It became a challenge to see a pretty little young boy come in and everybody shooting at him, everybody trying to get him, everybody trying to pull him in. It became a challenge. It made my dick hard to chase him, to see if I could get him before anyone else.
I met Mark on the chain gang. I would say it was in 98. I wouldn't talk to him for the first couple of days because I was too scared. But then after that, I kind of loosened up a little bit. And I got high with him. He was running a store, and I had a person I was looking out for as far as loaning him stuff. So I'd go to Mark and get stuff and loan it out for a money order or whatever, and just pay Mark off. So that's how we got acquainted, was just through business.
He came to me, Mindy came to me and requested to be with me. You know what I'm saying? Which was rather strange because this is like the first guy that ever pulled up on me and said, "Hey man, can I be with you?" So it was rather shocking.
So we ended up doing a business transaction on some money. And he asked me if I would do something for him. I told him, yeah. Of course, at the time I said that, I didn't have that in mind, but that's what it ended up being. So, from that point on, I didn't really kick it with nobody else for a little over 2 years.
Mindy was not the only one to join Mark's makeshift clan. There was Hips, a forger. He began as a prison wife.
It's really not just a sex thing. It's about having a companion, somebody that you know is your friend.
I got Hips through a partner of mine. Hips went to the street and come back to prison. When he got to the camp, he owed out like $300-400 worth of shit. When he first got there, from before when he was in prison.
And we were business partners. Okay, when I left and he left, we met up again here at Limestone in 2000. Okay, and it was the same scenario. Mark had a boy, David Mendenhall. Okay, and I run tattoos, run a store, and hustle. All right, so me and Mark started running the store again together, hustling, trying to make more money and more money and more money and more money. Before you know it, I ended up with 2 boys, and he ended up with 2 boys, and we called it a family. When he wasn't around, I watched all of them. When I wasn't around, he watched all of them.
I got a family of my own, beautiful son and a wife. You always said that I could be whatever I wanted to be. I was so blind, but now I see you made a man out of me.
We partied together. We had sex together. And, we fought together. And we was there for each other.
The relationship that we shared was really like the relationship I had with my child's mother. I mean, we were so compatible. You know what I'm saying? We had so much in common. We developed great feelings for one another. He was like my shadow. Everywhere you seen me, you seen him. We were best friends. The relationship wasn't based on sex, me fucking him in his ass. It was more than that. You know what I'm saying? I cared deeply about it.
And we was there for each other through this, whatever situation. So that caused me to have feelings about it, because as good as he was, he just, you don't find too many people that's going to be that good to you in this place. So that was something new to me. And that's something I respected.
I woke up, first thing I wanted to see was him. Before I went to bed at night, the last thing I wanted to see was him. I loved him.
There you go, man. In a sense, Mark had been turned out by his own boy. He fell in love with Mindy, and in prison that made him vulnerable. But Mark wasn't one to lose control of the situation. He reminded Mindy that it was his job to lure newcomers into their circle.
And David Mendenhall, he worked on radios, and he'd fix my radio and everything. We got to talking, eating together, you know, drinking together. We'd do a little drugs together, and we became friends.
I had never turned a boy out or had a boy or anything, and that wasn't my objective. You know, I was just supposed to pull him away from the other people he was kicking it with and to kick it with us.
They never threatened me, and basically they give me anything I wanted. You know, watches, clothes, boots, shoes, anything I wanted I could get.
His family had cut him off. Mail calls came with no letters from home and no money on the books. Survival was looking grim.
When my folks quit looking out for me, I felt betrayed. I felt like I didn't deserve that. I was at my lowest self-esteem, so I had to find a way to pick me back up, make me happy, you know, make the best out of a bad situation. And Mark and Mendenhall, they did that.
I turned out. Basically, he said he wanted someone to be real with him, someone to give him attention and affection. And he seen how I treated Mindy and my other boys, and he just wanted to get in, so we did.
So we called him Youngin. He just trusted me, you know, with his feelings and everything else, and whatever he thought about it, you know, he felt he could talk to me.
Julep is a prison world whiskey. Make it out of yeast, orange juices, and
I'm gonna be so close to some Jim Beam whiskey
rice
until I might make Jim Beam soup.
It'll get you drunk, pretty much like free world alcohol. We got to drinking that night, and both of us was pretty tipsy. We just laying on the bed back there. He was at one end of the bed, and I was at the other end of the bed. And he just started rubbing on my leg. Automatically, by me being pretty well drunk, I had began to become erect, you know, and I didn't have any complex about it. You know, I already liked him. He was a good-looking dude. Everybody liked him. Everybody still likes him.
Part of the family now, Eddie was looked after by Mark's gang, especially by an older wheeler dealer, Jerry Gaskins, JG.
I'll make sure he has something to eat every night. You know, I'll make sure he have something to smoke. I'll make sure he have some coffee. But I'm not never giving it to him directly. He's getting it from one of my boys. And for me, my boys get my boys. You know what I'm saying? They tell them the type of person I am, you know what I'm saying? The benefits that they have being with me.
Say like if a new guy came today, and I just pull up on him, start talking to him, spending time with him, giving him advice, he would owe me.
Got some gas. I got some gas.
Got some money? Yeah, I got some money. Smell like bell.
Come on, now don't get your nose all in me. What you want to do?
It's just bad as shit, man.
I'm telling you some gas. What you want to do?
JG, my righteous dog.
Yeah, bullshit, man. Where did all the cup at? Son, give me that cup.
Just gonna buy your shit.
He's like the older brother that I never had.
Yeah. You don't, hey, look, you ain't gonna just be drinking my whiskey, right? That's all you getting now.
JG loved to get his boys hooked on whatever,
That's gas, ain't it?
and just as quick, snatch it away.
Take it, get robbed. No, you ain't finna rob me.
We all ain't, man. Ain't no robbing here, bro.
They give me
I
10.
tell you what.
I ain't getting I don't want no shit now. Now you owe me 10 bad now.
Give me this. Long as you get that from a homeboy, he's straight.
When that person might feel like, you know, no, it's not me or whatever, you know, then I cut him off. I cut his supply off. You know what I'm saying? Now I give him time to think about it. You know what I'm saying? He was getting free dope. He was getting free whiskey. He was getting eating every night. He was smoking every night. And then he was getting free sex. Now he don't get none of that no more. And to be able to get that, then this is what he got to do.
They know if they could get me and they could invest a little bit, the way the game goes, I owe them then.
Because, you know, I could let them go out and hang out.
Yeah, look at that.
You know, flirt a little bit. You know, and come back with some food, or come back with some cigarettes, or come back with some coffee, or whatever, you know what I'm saying, I needed, you know what I'm saying, to make it through the next day.
It happens all the time. They could pimp me out, you know, and make, you know, triple, you know, make more money like that than what they've invested. So for me to live clean and have what I like, I guess when I started hanging around Mark and Mendenhall, they did that.
Limestone is a place filled with men who have spent their lives searching for families. Mark, JG, Mindy, Hips, and Edie formed a family at Limestone Correctional.
Right, and that's the way we looked at it. We had a family.
After Mark had found out that I had slept with Mindy, he became anxious. He wanted to himself. Then when I was spending time with him, Mendenhall would be jealous. So it was causing turmoil in the family. That's what we were a family. It was causing somebody was always mad.
We're removed from our natural families. So we have to, we make bonds and friendships.
Leonard Singletary, an inmate confined to the HIV ward at Limestone, has watched makeshift prison families come and go over time.
We're closer than a lot of families on the street. We live together. We sleep together. We shower together. We use the bathroom together. Most families can at least close the door.
Now I'm dying with a broken heart. Got my baby by my side. It's been hard for me to have my kids in my life.
Power and lust get all twisted up together behind bars.
Yeah, about 15 niggas put them all over.
In Alabama, Mark has gotten addicted to both.
I like power. Matter of fact, I love power. I love being in control. I love to be the dominant one. You know, and I practice that and enforce that in every relationship that I've been in prison.
Mark had an empire of boys, but he wasn't satisfied. He spotted Matt.
I had strange feelings for him, and I can remember one day a white team lost a basketball game. So my used to be blood brother, a white guy, he took the basketball and kicked it over the fence. So when he makes this move, we had other gang members. So they wanted to do something to him, harm him, bring physical harm to him, right? So myself, as well as Mother Blood, we stepped up. Without us, they would have probably killed him, slaughtered him. He should have understood the love that myself as well as others had for him, to where he did shit that jeopardized the whole family.
All right, for a white guy to go in the penitentiary, it don't matter if he's fucking rock hard and 300 pounds and it's just whoop everybody in that motherfucker. They're coming at him with game. For a young white guy like myself that was real skinny and wasn't working out and wasn't real healthy and shit, and been doing drugs and shit, it's not just one or two people coming at him. It's just boom, 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 boom. Every 5 minutes, it's just boom, boom, boom. You know, it's constant.
They either want you for your money or your ass for 'em.
Mindy and Matt were both doing hard time by the age of 19. Matt had gone from born-again Christian to Satanist, and then was invited to join the Bloods, Mark and JG's gang.
After 2 years of just every day waking up, go play basketball, then go play baseball, and then go to the chapel and go here and go there. I mean, it just got old. And then when I joined that gang, I could go over here and just chill with these motherfuckers, and they was cool, man. I liked them, you know. I didn't need to be in a gang. I wanted to be cool, you know what I mean? Just chill.
When Mark got transferred out of Limestone, Mindy began to take on the role of a man in charge of the boys.
Whenever they shipped him, and that's whenever pretty much responsibility landed on me to make sure they're all right and to make sure nobody messes with them. You know, you got to, if you have to, die for them.
In Alabama, as in elsewhere, the boys don't really have a choice. If a man wants them, they're going to get took. But there are other ways to get turned out. It can come from an inmate, or it can come from a prison guard. In Florida, Ex-Navy medic Robbie Craig got sentenced to 8.5 years.
3 strikes and you're out. I wrote a prescription and got caught. Breaking the window in the Jewish Community Center, passed out in the front seat of a vehicle.
Robbie was worried about getting even more time if he got into trouble. Trouble started soon after he arrived.
After your visitation, it's standard procedure for the inmate to be strip searched. And there was a sergeant that was in charge of the visiting park this day, Sergeant Anderson. And after my visit was over with, we go into what we call a shakedown room. It's a small room, about 6 foot by 8 foot. Turn around, spread your cheeks, and bend over and cough. And when I did, Sergeant Anderson made a throaty noise like this, and he masturbated from inside the control room at me. And
Sergeant Anderson didn't stop there. He used blackmail to get what he wanted.
I was ordered to go to the front gate to put some Visqueen, which is plastic, over some cabinet shop material that was outside and was going to be in the weather. And I was in the cabinet shop, and I'm really caught up in my work, and I'm really working, and things are coming together, and I'm putting some stuff together, and I'm not even thinking. And all of a sudden, keys jingling, and I heard what sounded like a zipper. And I came up, I had the staple gun in my hand, and I turned around, and Sergeant Anderson had exposed himself. And he was standing there, and he looks at me and he tells me to lick it. That's his exact words. And I told him, I said, my words were, Sarge, I'm not about that. I've never done nothing like that. You know, I started pleading with him. As he advanced towards me, he was only about 3 feet away. As he was coming towards me, he lifted one of his arms. It was right or left, I can't remember, but he put his hand on my head, and he tells me to lick it. And he's using an authoritative tone, no different than if he was telling me to pick up a cigarette butt or to make my bed or go to chow. He was ordering me to lick it. And anyway, he forced my head down there, and he had his other hand down there, and he was ejaculated on my face, my mouth, and he told me, go put the Visqueen out. And I left the tool room, and I just started working on the Visqueen. If I were placed in this same situation in what we refer to as the free world, I could have simply walked away. Or if he would have gone to place his hands on me, I could have defended myself. I could have broke his jaw. All this was going through my mind. I mean, thoughts just went, when something like that happened and you don't expect it to happen, and it's just there, and it's all of a sudden it's not happening like you thought it would happen in prison, another inmate, to where you could, defend yourself or go down fighting or go down, or die. That's what you tell yourself is nobody's ever going to do that. But when it's somebody standing in the uniform and all you see is sergeant stripes and a whistle hanging there and an ID and these are the people that run your life, I didn't know what to do. So the only thing I kept thinking was another 15 years. If I hurt this man, I'm going to be in prison for another 15 years. Nobody's going to believe me. Nobody's ever going to believe this. If he's capable of doing something like that, he could pull drugs out of his pocket and said, look what I found on you, ripped his shirt and said, you just assaulted me. My work squad sergeant, Sergeant McLemore, who I had a great deal of respect for. He was my drill instructor, father, all in one. And Sergeant McLemore told me, he says, we're going to get that SOB. He says, I believe you. He says, I knew something wasn't right about him. I knew there was something there. I'm going to get him. Don't you worry about it. I'm going to get him. And as soon as I knew Sergeant McLemore was in my corner, I felt a great weight lifted from me. But I can't tell him exactly what's happening. It's like me sitting down, telling my father that, that something like this has happened. You just can't tell him.
Come stir my memory again. Mindy's father, David Mendenhall Sr., was a trucker and a guitar player. Sure. Help me remember all the good times. Help me forget all this pain. Come stir my memory again. I was usually home 2 days out of the week. And of course, a big part of that, I was catching up on some sleep. Yeah, you might as well say I really wasn't there, but I didn't study on it as to what effects it was having. Mindy's grandmother helped raise him. She brought him into the ways of the Holiness Church.
Yeah, these 50-pound bags, David Jr. not here to do them for me, so I have to get them hauled back here. I have to keep my feet clean. Here, chicky.
Ardith agonized over what to do when her grandson first went to prison.
There we go. And he was afraid to go to the authorities because they had threatened him. And he didn't know what to do, so he called me. He was nearly to a nervous breakdown, and he wasn't able to eat and keep it on his stomach. And he had a homosexuals there and so forth. I called a lieutenant immediately and moved David to a cell to himself.
And many nights I remember walking back to my dorm after they cleared the count. I'd cry on the way, asking myself, how did I get into this? And sometimes I'd ask God, how could this happen? Because it's something at the time I didn't understand at all.
Not only that today that we have taken out this service here to ask God to help our brother David Mendenhall, who has been in trouble and served. How many years has he served?
It's going on 6 years.
We don't know, we don't judge. But how many of you know probably that's enough time? How many of you know that God knows how to deliver? God knows how to set people free. God, then you know how to deliver David Mendenhall. God, we pray for him, Jesus. God, you would help.
You feel it clear through your core. And those kind of experiences, being pimped out and the homosexual activity and such as that he's had to deal with in there, I honestly, sincerely hope it's something that he's just had to adapt to that will go away on its own, that he doesn't enjoy. That when he gets out, he can put behind him and not have to talk about it or bring it up.
Sure would be nice to have David Jr. home by myself and not as young as he used to be, and had everything a baby could possibly want. The church now gave him a beautiful shower, and everything seemed to be going great, but he would just work to death. He says, Grandmother, he hardly knew what happened because he was half awake and all. But he bumped himself and kind of lost his balance. He threw the baby back on the bed. They brought it against him as child abuse and murder. First manslaughter, and then they called it murder.
If he's learning things that he should be learning from some of these prison daddies or whatever, wonderful. I hope the things he's learning in there that a person doesn't need to know, he forgets or doesn't take to heart.
BPS is on her stomach, standing for Black Peace Stone, and she's holding a dope sack over here on this side of her arm. My partner Mark, and that's my partner Silk. On this side here, you have my mother Betty, my sister Brenda, my grandmother Alberta, and my nephew Lai.
Stop, 10, relax.
JG, Mark's partner, got busted for burglary. JG was born in Pleasant City, a dangerous slum in the heart of West Palm Beach.
in a family of 9 brothers and 4 sisters. My father, he left, when I was like 9 years old. My mother, because I was the only child and the things that I was getting involved in. I was her baby. So she brought me up here to the Dothan, Alabama. I started feeling my way around and found out they had disciples and they had Crips, but they didn't have many bloods. So I started the Black Peace Stone Blood Nation in Dothan.
I sit back and reminisce on all my broke days, my starting hope days. When I answered the brother something that you told me no days. It's both days. Like, no, y'all. Just wait for the proof days.
I shot a guy in the garage. He was the opposite gang though, and he disrespected me. So I shot him. I got 20 years for it.
Lamar had that charge from the very first day. He made the choice to do what he wanted to do. We never denied him nothing.
I grew up in Pritchard with my grandmother and my mother. Lived there all my life. Slum area, ghetto, full of drugs, prostitution, murders. Basically just a straight ghetto.
Mother signed him off to his great-grandmother, and she had control of him. There was no man in the house for him growing up. So he was around a bunch of ladies.
I didn't grow up with a father or uncles or nothing like that. No father figure. So I looked up to the Bloods as like role model. I joined at a young age. It was more so like a family to me. You know what I'm saying?
See, I wouldn't know what a Blood is. I've never dealt with gangs. I was blind about all that. I would go and try to pick the boy up on weekends. Not one weekend went by that he came stay with me. That his great grandmama didn't call my house as soon as we got him to the house. She never gave him the chance to stay with him. And once he got up, 12, 13, then she wants to go and call me. Want me to chastise the child or something. I would have had to fight him and all this here to get him. And I just couldn't see it. It wouldn't happen. It would have been worse, I think, with me and him than it is now.
Unlike Mark's father, Robbie Craig's dad was around in the early years. But Randy Craig, a former and feared penitentiary captain, was not adverse to knocking his son around and disowned him at the age of 14.
He ran our household like he ran the prisons. He was in charge of riot control at the institution he was working at. He would dress up in riot gear and practice movements with his baton, with me.
We'd set up surveillance here at the maintenance shop. Inside the cabinet shop was an inmate by the name of Robbie Craig.
They came in and told me that they were going to set up hidden cameras and that if they seen Sergeant Anderson break the law in any way, that they would be there to stop it. Well, as soon as he exposed himself, I'm like, got him. This man's being caught red-handed, but they don't come out. They don't rush in. It ended up being like 22 minutes. But finally, when they came running in, and Inspector Pacioli with his badge held high, Sergeant Anderson with his pants down, putting the cuffs on. That was a good feeling. And it made me smile.
When we found Anderson, he insisted he was only trying to be a friend to Robbie Craig. He now lives 10 miles downstream from the prison, making ends meet as a fishing guide.
Still having heart problems. The publicity and all that went along with everything, it just destroyed my family.
He had to give up his state certification to work at the correctional facility. Here, I find out this man didn't spend one night in jail. He didn't go to jail. He didn't go to prison. Nothing happened to him. He got his hand slapped. He lost his job, and he's still out there on the street.
Things happen that screw people up, and I can't believe that someone that you try to help would actually stab you in the back.
Yeah, my niggas finna shine tonight. Yeah, my niggas finna shine tonight. Yeah, we finna dig up. One more, get it. We finna dig up in his spine tonight. Yeah, my niggas finna shine tonight. Yeah, my niggas.
So this particular guy was here before. he was a blood. In Alabama, you know what I'm saying, a lot of places, you know what I'm saying, they don't believe in a white guy being a blood.
That situation that was really fucked up. The guy, he was a blood, true enough. When I arrived at the prison, I was introduced to him. I had feelings for him, lust. At first, it kind of struck me, you know what I'm saying? They were telling me, hey, man, this white dude, he's blood also, you know what I'm saying? So I felt like, well, hell, he had to show some type of heart. But by us acknowledging him as blood, I pushed that lust to the side.
As far as Bloods come, they wasn't with that shit. They had told Lamarck and JG time and time after again, you know, you need to quit fucking with them sissies because, you know, that's making us look bad.
It was football season, you know, and every motherfucking prison gonna watch football.
A lot of satanic stuff on the wall inside one of the dorms here.
The captain and the lieutenant, they come around and do daily inspections of the whole dorm. So they go in the closet and they see all this shit painted on the wall and they go off. I mean, they have a fit. Until we find out who vandalized his room, there'll be no football.
But he's a blood, so nobody can't go clutch him out.
Another blood come to me, say, hey man, you know who put that shit in that room? I said, nah, who? So he tells me, he say, Blood did it, the little white boy. So I'm like, what?
Once again, Mark sees the opportunity to begin his mind game.
I walk him around the prison compound, we talk. I basically let him know, you know what I'm saying, how I had felt betrayed by what he did. Basically, I just made him feel guilty. I started to put my plan into making it. So I let him know that I want him to be with me. I let him know that I want to have sex with him. I let him know I want to lay with him.
Been drinking, been smoking some reefer or whatever. And I go to my little brother's cell, or I call him my little brother Mark.
This is my righteous dog, you know what I'm saying? He comes in.
So I asked him, I said, man, you know what you did could have got a lot of people messed up. So he like, yeah.
He doesn't make it any better. He jumps right in.
I said, what if we rape you right now? How will you like that?
He started crying and begging and pleading. You know what I'm saying? Mark, I don't want to be like this. I don't want to be gay. I don't want to. But at this time, you know what I'm saying, I'm out of control. I don't want to hear nothing. No talk.
My little brother, he jump up and he slap him real hard. And he done got serious because he really wanted to be with this person all alone.
I tell him to turn around. So he turns, he moves slightly. I tell him to turn around again. He still doesn't want to turn all the way around. So I said, bitch, if I have to tell you to turn around one more time, I'll break your jaw. So he turns around.
Like put his hands against the wall, like spread them like the police and make you spread.
I tell him to take his pants off. He doesn't want to do it. I punch him in the face. You know what I'm saying? I squeeze his ass cheeks. 2 handfuls. He tenses up. You know. So I take my pants off. I mean, he's just sitting here the whole time. I had a pair of red and white Jordan with some red shoestrings. So I ain't got nothing on but these tennis shoes and my undershort. I give him the grease. And I tell him to put some on his finger. Stick it in his ass and you know what I'm saying, kind of like fuck himself to loosen himself up because I know he had never been penetrated before. It was his first time. This old penitentiary trick that I learned from some old convicts. If he screamed rape, you know what I'm saying, he had grease under his fingernail. So he greased his own self up. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to basically lie and tell him I've been fucking him. He's been my boy. Hell, they going to buy it. You know what I'm saying? Hell, I'm going to go to the extreme and get 4 or 5 other guys that lie and say I've been fucking him too, been taking care of him. He's been my boy.
But I said, what if I take this knife and stab it right through your face. I said, well, you like that? So he's scared now when he see this knife. You know what I'm saying?
They had a knife to my eye and one in my throat right here in my jugular. And I'm telling you, I can just feel them, sticking in. It's like if they put any pressure on it, it's going to cut me wide open,
I go to fucking him. You know what I'm saying? Slowly at first, you know what I'm saying? And try to loosen him up. And it was tight. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was definitely a virgin. He's groaning and, you know what I'm saying, moaning and telling me how it hurts. So, I bag out a little bit. At this time, my dog, he at the door. You know what I'm saying? He's standing in front of the cell. So he's like, man, come on, man. Goddamn. Go on, hurry up, man. I want to get straight too. I said, well, come on. I get up off of him.
I'm in the middle of it now. I'm there, so I can't welch out now. You know what I'm saying? I got to go through with it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like stuck there in here with him.
He greases himself up. He shows him no mercy. He fucks him for real. You know what I'm saying? So I had to tell him, hold up, man. Slow down, chill out, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to hurt him for real. You know what I'm saying? And you have to go to the hospital. And, you know what I'm saying? He's gonna automatically have to say what happened.
He have sex with him first. Then I have sex with him. Then he have sex with him. I have sex with him. Then he have sex with him. And then that was the end of it.
So I didn't finish it first. You know what I'm saying? So I fuck him and I come off. I get my due. Next day, you know what I'm saying? He goes to SEG. In prison, that's lockup.
So I'm like, in my heart, I'm like, damn, we through. We done got us a rape case.
They was telling me bullshit about, like, if you get in trouble, so we're going to go up there and lie and say you brought it on yourself and shit like that. And I was believing them. They had me in a position where they had me spooked. You know what I mean? Because I was looking to make parole and everything, and I wasn't trying to get in no conflict.
I say, you got two choices. You can either be with me, or you can go pack your shit and go tell them folks to lock you up. And go back to lockup.
Reluctantly, Matt agreed to become another one of Mark's boys.
The only thing I ask of you, don't try to make me be like a sissy, a girl inside a prison. We hook up, you know what I'm saying? Everything was lovey-dovey, you know what I'm saying? Relationship was gravy, all good. I transferred.
The warden had Mark shipped out of Limestone again. But everyone knew Matt had been turned out. The other men all wanted their shot.
And he got with this other dude, you know what I'm saying? He wound up having sex with him. He was doing so bad. So he wound up selling him to another dude, and that dude wound up selling him to another dude. And all this, what he was going through, was result, because nobody messed with him. He was a blood.
He just went crazy. He just went to sleeping with different guys. I mean, just tossing their ass up. You know what I'm saying? Letting everybody fuck.
It was just something that happened in the penitentiary that I left in the penitentiary. I mean, even the girl I got now, I mean, she's a fucking fox. I can't lose her about some humbug shit, I mean, if I can keep it for my family I done 4.5 years, and then now I'm out 6 months and they still don't have any idea, I don't think it'll be a problem. And they ask me questions all the time. How was college like shit? I guess the penitentiary made me a real good liar.
If he stayed gone for 5-6 years or whatever, if he ever come back to prison and there's someone in prison that remember him from then, he will always be a boy.
What size you wear?
3632?
3632, please. We'll try these on, see if they fit.
Thank you.
Robbie Craig filed a suit against the state of Florida.
I said I'd like to be interstate compacted closer to my family. I wasn't interested in any money. I want out of the state of Florida.
He settled for a transfer to the Iowa State Penitentiary system. A chance to leave his past behind.
Can you go, dog?
Yep.
There's a boy that's here that's 18 years old. They call him the kid. And The kid I seen a few different times in the wrong crowd. I've extracted the kid from that crowd, done what they call taking him under my wing if he needs something. But see, I'm not a daddy. I'm doing this from my heart. I'm doing this for him because I know that somebody's going to try it.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. I think Sergeant Anderson, he believed that my respect for authority was so intense and so obvious that he could use his authority to get me to do things.
He came to us, as you saw in the records from Florida. He has been on medications prior to coming here, so I'm not sure just what we're all able to discuss right now because we do have a camera.
That's the type of inmate I was, locking my heels, standing up straight like I was in the Marine Corps. I was standing in front of my father.
In Iowa, Robbie still lives with his shame.
I have a friend, Dog, we call him. And we've been pumping iron, running. And we spend a lot of time kicking the bobo, of how I came from Florida up here. And it hurts me because I have to lie to people. I want to be able to, and I put myself in the position and made my mind up and I was taking my dog out and sit on the bleachers and to tell him before he goes home the truth. And I can't. I want to. Because I don't want him to think I'm a liar. You wonder if you ever get seriously intimate with someone, a woman, what she's going to think. You wonder if they give you a hug, do they feel like they're hugging somebody that's ugly, that's dirty?
I felt shame, embarrassed, all that. So after a while, you get used to it. Once you start something in here, you don't change it. They don't too easily let you do that. Once you're one way, you're always that way.
It's sad to say, but at one point, I stopped caring about the outside. As long as I had a boy, as long as I had plenty of prison money, I was, institutionalized. And the fact that I didn't have a lot of contact from the outside world, that just helped me adapt to the prison lifestyle. I guess I'd say I fell in love with the lifestyle. That's before I found myself, or I should say started to find myself and wanted to be a better man.
You're going to meet thousands of people, and especially if you're a boy or sissy, everybody knows you. Everybody. The whole camp, if your name's said, they know who it is. So that's going to go with you wherever.
When Mark got transferred out of Limestone, the family began to crumble from harassment by guards and other inmates, jealousy, and a little too much living it up.
I went to lockup. I stayed 33 days. Mendenhall, by the time I come out, he had hooked up with somebody else. He always worried about him, when he was going to get high the next time. I just couldn't deal with that. I don't like being around them type of people.
There's not many times to where I just wanted to look at reality, what's around me, what's happening. I try to stay messed up so I don't have to see it.
At first, it was fun, having all these prison-made hoes, that's what they call them, right? Fuck boys or whatever.
I was the only one for a long time, that we was together, so it was kind of hard to accept other people, with his attention.
More boys, it brought me more money. You know what I'm saying? So it brought me more trouble.
It basically just turned into something really too stressful for me. And I had to just get back away from it.
Him looking out for them, money going to them, and so it's changed. It ain't nobody really like change, especially in no relationship.
They call you to the ship commander's office, and if they didn't feel like we could live together, move one of us to another dorm. All the cookies and coffee and cigarettes we had, they were divided 50-50. They call it a divorce court and tell us you go your way and he go his way. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've been through that several times. In order for a boy to leave me, or the person I was with to leave me, you know what I'm saying, they had to give me back everything that I ever gave them. You know what I'm saying? If they couldn't give me back what belonged to me, then I was gonna sell them, or they wasn't going anywhere until I got my money.
JG got sent to a maximum security facility. Mark is in a monogamous relationship and he quit the Bloods. Eddie became a full-blown sissy a year after the filming. Mindy is alone in a drug treatment dorm. Hip's mom visits just about every Sunday.
Like going to work and drinking coffee is a normal thing on the street. Having boys and prison wives is a normal thing in here. The same things go on here as goes on out there. Where they go to work and make their money, we do our hustling and make our money. Where they you know, they might trick a car salesman into selling him something cheaper. We'll trick the poker man into giving us more chips for our money.
After going through this, you know what I'm saying, all these long, lonely years in here without a woman, you know what I'm saying, standing by my side, you know, I could definitely see being with another man. On the street, I never thought that I would even be with another man, period, in no way. I thought I could love another man or have affection towards another man. But over the years, you know what I'm saying, I don't know. It just, prison turned me out, you know, into sort of a freak.
Yeah, y'all don't play pop to the left, play him to the right. And I'll get one of these certificates. Y'all know when you need a little money, y'all calling me always there. He look out for you. So just don't think about it, you know. You know me. I got more cheese than Chelsea. If you say no 17s or less, you just a rim molester. You know me. I ain't soup, but I'm the shocker. The Moet popper, the panty dropper, quick to swabber the bopper. You know me. 6 a.m. every morning, I'm on the block with a block. By 12 o'clock, I be the sold out, doc. You know me. I stretch a brick like the size of a chick. Now the cookies from 36, bruh. It's all in the mix. You know me. From the to South to New York, they know my name, I'm a threat. I'm like the rap gang, Saddam Hussein. You know me. I don't give a damn whether you like me or not. You gon' respect me like a man, and you gon' die when you stand. You know me. Why would you would try to take my boat? They find you looking like you woke with flies coming out the throat. I don't want to talk a lot of shit, but I'm bad. Box got with it. Lucifer. Major funding for this program was provided by the Soros Documentary Fund, the Massachusetts Foundation for the Humanities, the Threshold Foundation, the Future Generations Foundation, Carlin, Charon, and Rosen, Edward Potras, Boston Film Video Foundation, and the LEF Foundation.
Okay. We can get right into it.
You know what? The way you care for your baby.
I'm back. Soros. Same person funding Black Lives Matter. I'm back. It's exactly 1 a.m. I've got a little bit of time. I wanted to look at two books so y'all will understand that this has absolutely nothing to do with my point of view. But I wanted you to see this turned out film because on one hand, they're attacking the family of men and women. Okay, they're pushing all this other confusion. And on the other hand, they took time to tell you about prison families. It's, again, what we believe. And for all of you that are judging them, what do they want to? What do they call all that? What are you supposed to do when you what's that term? Hold on, I'm gonna show you in the coloring book what they would call it. There are many things in the coloring book. I want to show you some stuff from our wonderful coloring book. One was that the men were unapologetically Black. There was diversity. Yes, there was. There was diversity. But the most important thing was this one. Empathy. 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 We're supposed to empathize. Now, I want to say something to you. A bunch of you voted for Joe Biden. A bunch of you supported Joe Biden. And a bunch of you are registered Democrats. Joe Biden and these other people understood in advance that mass incarcerating Black people would promote a lot of this homosexual, same-sex, sodomite behavior, facts, and to remove young men from their families, from around women, would necessarily intensify the number of people who would be involved with women as a means to, alongside the Black people not reproducing. You have a lot of them having this sex that's non-procreative sex. It is destructive sex. I want to give you a term that gay sex is used in the medical field. This ain't me judging anyone or persecuting anyone or taking people's rights away. That's not what this is. The term is let me put it up here for you. What people call this in the medical field, and this stands for skin abrasive sex. SAS stands for skin abrasive sex. Abrasions are cuts, tears, and what those men were having in prison was the most deadly sex of all, skin abrasive sex. No, I voted for Trump. I need to remind everyone that the Gay Equality Act, which would have legalized pedophilia, necrophilia, and other things, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, this guy Raphael Warnock in Georgia, and Asaf, they have promised to legalize all this crazy sex in the country. They talked about the prisoners not being able to have hamburgers or candy or coffee, but they will pay for you to get your genitalia cut off. You can get a sex change depending on which state. They'll spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to make you mutilate your sex, but they can't educate. They can't let people out. They can't do anything for them. Love them or hate them, Donald Trump is the first person to try to let these Black men out of jail. No help from John Lewis. No help from fat, bloated Reverend Barbecue. None of them. Okay, I'm just saying. Now, I got 2 books here. Kinsey, Sex and Fraud by my friend, Dr. Judith Reisman. And another book by Dr. Reisman. She's one of the foremost sexologists. This is Kinsey, Crimes and Consequences. I just want to share some of this with you so you can hear some of this. A lot of the sexual revolution in the country is based on Kinsey. I showed something to you the other day. Let me see if I can find a quick summary on him in this book, and then I can give you some things the dude did. This is amazing. Alfred Kinsey is one of the greatest crooks, one of the most wicked men. The sexual revolution, a lot of stuff we're seeing is coming from let me just read something to you about Alfred Kinsey. This is from Kinsey, Crimes and Consequences. Alfred Kinsey was born in Hoboken, New Jersey in 1894 and grew up in South Orange, New Jersey. In order to better place his era in context, Alfred Kinsey was 16 years old when an act of Congress halted the traffic in young girls known as the white slave trade. Few Americans today know that a reaction to white slavery, which forced prostitution on young girls, religious women and feminists alike banded together to forge a return of virtue, temperance, and chastity to protect the marriage and family. So we've had sex slavery, even for white people, on a major scale 110 years ago. The erosion of the family was seen everywhere as economically powerful saloon and brothel franchises and their organized crime associates corrupted politics and society. Lives and families were destroyed as vulnerable men and women were displaced from the independent family farms to large and personal industrialized and transient cities. The Virtuous Women's Coalition, also dubbed the Purity Movement, united against the social evils of their day. They battled organized crime, traffic, and both immigrant and American girls exposed in the white slave trade, general prostitution, promiscuity, poverty, child labor, drug and alcohol abuse, bad food and diet, disrespectful women, bad hygiene, and obscene books. These women and their male supporters harangued law enforcement officials in state and federal legislatures for action to protect civic virtue to little avail. Finally, this small group of restoration agents fought for and won the vote for women so that their collective political power might create laws or have existing laws enforced and public policy made to protect marriage and better lives of women, children, families, and society. So women getting the vote wasn't for this dumbass feminist thing of hating men, but to actually do something for women. It doesn't really do it these days, unfortunately. Let me just stop. I won't get down to this. Let's skip. Kenzie's biographers, Christensen, Pomeroy, and Jones, report that during these staggering social change, Kenzie's father, who was not a college graduate himself, taught engineering at Stevens Institute of Technology, a small college in Hoboken. The elder Kenzie was said to have reared his son in strict church-going Methodist household. His father reportedly forbade dancing, tobacco, alcohol, and dating. Kenzie's distaste for his parents is recorded for seemingly trivial slights. His break from his father, said Pomeroy, had been a deep hurt, even though Kenzie had little feeling for his family, seldom talked about them at all in later years. As an adult, even after he had a family of his own, Kenzie explained his hostility as to why he severed all contact with his parents. He blamed his father's domineering personality and his mother's thrift. Kenzie's biographer suggested he especially despised his father for cutting off his son's financial aid after Kenzie transferred from engineering at Stevens Tech to zoology at the more prestigious Bowdoin College. A lot of these white dudes have problems with their dads. Let me just stop here. Let me see. Listen to this. Christensen said that Kenzie felt physically inferior to other boys and that he was the shyest guy around girls you could think of. Christensen and others note that under his photograph in his high school year, Kenzie inscribed the line from Shakespeare's Hamlet, "Man delights me not, no, nor woman either. But no one suggests anything significant in such an unusual, useful self-description." And commenting on Kenzie's early years and his ultimate destination as a world-famous sex authority, co-author Pomeroy, who's a pedophile. How is it possible for a sickly religious boy who grew up to be a serious college student with an obvious talent for biology and an abysmal ignorance for sex, how did this young man evolve into a world authority on sexual behavior who could be mentioned in the same breath with Freud? Neither Pomeroy nor any of Kinsey's other biographers made a key inquiry about his preoccupation with sexual matters, as did Jeffrey Masson in his groundbreaking expose of Freud, The Assault on Truth, in which Masson questioned and thoroughly investigated whether Freud secretly suffered sexually traumatized, unusual childhood, which he spent the rest of his life sexually purging. The answer about his formative years and early sexual life and attitude is critical to any full understanding of how and why Kinsey conducted his later research, especially his studies on children's sexual responses. Kinsey himself argued that one's early life experiences largely shape one's adult behavior, and certainly one's scientific and general writing and reporting. He opined that the inside story that lies in the back of the journal, the newspaper article is, in many instances, is much more important than the material that was actually published. The background of the individual who have done the writing very often supply the key to the attitude in the published article. As an older sex researcher, Kinsey testified that delayed child sexual conduct and delayed masturbation were harmful and could produce great personal tragedy. So is it logical to ask, did Kinsey himself experience delayed or early sexual activity and masturbation as a youth? According to Christensen and Pomeroy, as a 22-year-old college man, Kinsey showed no interest in women or sex, instead of playing the piano at fraternity parties while the others danced. Yet he was handsome and appeared to be a desirable man in every way. Educated and by then athletic, to some he resembled the late President John F. Kennedy. Flashing a broad smile, he was lean, clean-cut, tan, tall, and blonde. We know Kinsey was blonde because Pomeroy cites one of Kinsey's letters to his friend Ralph Voris, in which Kinsey refers to himself as the bleached blonde. Pomeroy writes, young Kinsey was also known as the South Orange High School as the boy who never had a girl. As a young man, he was ignored other women. Evidence indicates in the latter, since he was clearly attractive, Christensen describes him as playing the Midnight Sonata. I'm going to get through this because this is annoying to me. Here we go. A major influence on Kinsey was Charles Darwin. Here we get with that freaky evolution foolishness. The English naturalist who is credited with the theory of evolution expounded on the origins of species, the descent of man, and the expressions of the emotions of men and animals. Kinsey claimed to be so impressed with Darwin's scientific skill that when he graduated magna cum laude from Bowdoin in 1916, he quoted Darwin in his commencement address. After Bowdoin, Kinsey went to Harvard to study at the Bussey Institution, then a hotbed of Darwinism, the new biology that inspired scientists to imagine improving the human species through unnatural selection of eugenics. Kinsey is identified in his most recent biography as one of the scholarly eugenicists of the pre-World War II period, and he writes of Kinsey's terrifying call. Listen to this. For mass sterilization of lower-level Americans and his breeding plan for better classes. Kinsey wanted Black people sterilized. All these great people. Sir Thomas Huxley also influenced Kinsey, the foremost proponent of Darwinism in England, whom Kinsey said Huxley crafted science's Declaration of Independence. Kinsey agreed with Huxley's dogged acceptance of only facts provable by the scientific method. No other authority, not the church, the state, or any other scientist was admissible for logical thinkers. During his lifetime, the young Kinsey would find himself working in the same elite eugenic league with Sir Thomas Huxley's grandsons, Aldous and Sir Julian Huxley. Julian, the geneticist and the first head of UNESCO, was acquainted with Kinsey's work through Indiana University President Herman Wells. Aldous Huxley wrote Brave New World in 1932, which became required reading in American schools. Though the book is misunderstood as science fiction, it was an expose of the cosmopolitan's eugenics vision, where state-controlled free love and selective breeding would fully be established. Let me get this. As shy as he was around women, Kinsey was very much at home with boys. Kinsey liked being around young boys in outdoor and indoor settings. He joined the Boy Scouts organization about the age of 17. By the way, you know there's no longer the Boy Scouts of America. They've been sued so much over rape going back 80 years to about Kinsey's time. Just raping little boys, raping them for years. Shortly after its founding in 1910, later as a married man, Kinsey continued to wear his scout uniform, sleeping alongside boys in tents, taking them into the woods and on nature hikes and the like. Millions of wonderful men worldwide have served as Boy Scout leaders, often providing young scouts with important and rewarding experiences. The Boy Scout movement began in England and serving a real need for father figure. It spread worldwide, helping to train some of the world's most responsible and productive future citizens in honesty, courage, tenacity, cooperation, and devotion to God and country. Claiming his focus on boys was wholly platonic, Pomeroy and Christensen insist that as a youth and as an adult, Kinsey led a largely sexless life. But in view of the evidence of Kinsey's own writings, this does not ring true. Certainly, his love for state was not due to the ladies' lack of interest in him. Even in college, Kinsey sought out youths and boys. A fellow counselor writes of 21-year-old Kinsey at Newark YMCA. His tent with his nature library of dozens of volumes was a rendezvous for dozens of campers during the day and well into the night, even after taps had sounded and we were supposed to be tucked in. The boys loved Al and couldn't get enough of him. He had a merry eye, a wide smile, and a hearty laugh, always ready for the latest camp prank. He was just as ready to pitch in and help any kid in trouble. Unlike most of us, Kinsey had experience at several other camps, was an active leader in the Boy Scout work, often wore his scout uniform. A camp history refers to war games in 1914 under Field Marshal Alfred Kinsey. By the time he was a 20-year-old student at Bowdoin, and he was by far the greatest specialist in the group of young men. He was thoroughly enjoyed as a companion to everyone. Pomeroy's quotes placed around the notion Kinsey's nature library may puzzle the modern reader. People of the early 20s would have understood this meant that Kinsey bought a collection of nature or nudist magazines to camp, with drawings and photographs of people, both youngsters and adults, in the nude. What kind of man hangs around kids with pictures of naked people in it? This is the father of the sexual revolution. Drawings of photographs of youths and adults in nude. Christopher Stevens made a historical retrospect in the 1920s, a nudist movement in Secret and Forbidden, which included the Manifesto of Nudism, excerpted below. The most important document in the first years of nudism is a manifesto published by Professor Jörg Hermann. The problem of nudity, nude social life, was always a battleground of prudish Pharisees and honest children of nature, the subject of constant quarrels between senile hypocrites and the fresh young joy of beauty. The founder of the nudist or the physical culture movement of the late 19th century was Dr. Heydrich Pudor. He published the pamphlet Naked Humanity, Jubilant Future in 1893, followed by a monthly nudist journal entitled Strength and Beauty. Critics of the movement saw it ultimately as diminishing nations by promoting the Greek vice. Gayness, come on, guys. But he counted among its staunchest supporters were a third of the whole German youth prior to Hitler who had organized such nudist groups. Let me just say to you very quickly, that prior to Hitler, Germany was the most gay country in the world. Berlin was the center of homosexual activity with children, with everybody. Everything went under Weimar Germany. Hitler shut the homo stuff down. So Alfred Kinsey, in fact, America has replaced Germany as the gayest place. That's what's happening here. And the same people that ran the gay stuff in Germany prior to Hitler were in that certain group that I won't mention. I didn't say it. Y'all know which group of people pushes porn and all that. Y'all know. You can type it up there. I didn't say it. I said nothing. There was a certain group of people that dominated the porn and all that stuff in Germany. 1/3 of the German youth were into that. Supporters saw nudism as a physical expression of a modern spirit free of dark influences, which caused the human body to be called ugly or immoral, and advocated in the viewing of the opposite sex with clear eyes and no shameful or hidden thoughts. In later years, we learned from a biographer that Kinsey did indeed receive nudist magazines at his family home. One would ask if Al Kinsey's nature library, so exceptionally popular after Taps with all the young boys, was the beginning of the extensive obscenity erotica collection that he later amassed at Indiana University. As for activities in which one might expect a college man to be more interested, Kinsey disdained the college pre-football game student rally with its cheers and bonfires, dances, fraternity house parties, and other social occasions, and instead spent a good deal of his time as a counselor at Camp Wyandotte. No comment, Mr. Justice. No comment. Years later, Kinsey, as a grown man, would write a curious letter to an old scouting friend, perhaps one of the little boys with whom he shared his nature library, or to whom he gave so much attention during his adolescent years, his college and postgraduate years, and even after his marriage. These were years when his schoolmates had long been dating girls, and when his married friends were focused on their wives and growing families. In the letter, Kinsey writes, "We did have good times together, and you must understand, from that scout troop, I began to learn some of the things that made it possible for me to do some of the research that we are now engaged in." Research. This text, undated in Pomeroy, suggests that the research to which Kinsey referred was not wasp collecting, but the sexual research and experimentation that led to the publication of Kinsey's Sexual Behavior in the Human Male. Pomeroy writes, Kinsey began to leave scouting and the sexually sterile world of his boyhood behind him when he graduated from high school. Pomeroy does not mention that Kinsey continued his close associations and scouting form of leadership of boys for many, many years through the Bethany Boys Club. According to Christensen, a major activity during his 3 years of postgraduate studies was the Bethany Boys Club at the local Bethany Methodist Episcopal Church. Saturday hikes and weekend overnight camping trips with Kinsey. In fact, Christensen mentions that Kinsey so enjoyed the Boy Scouting atmosphere that as a married man, he still led a summer camp program. He and his wife, Clara, even examined the property with the thought of establishing a boys' camp of their own. While nothing came of that, Kinsey did spend a month at Camp Winona in Maine alone, since Clara now had 2 children. It seems strange, indeed, that a young professor abandoned the responsibility of his wife and 2 very active small children for a month to be with boys at a camp. In the sexual behavior of the human male, Kinsey would claim that children were sexual from birth, that most American boys engaged in some form of sexual activity with other boys, that adolescent homosexuality was a common phenomenon. Everybody did it. Stop judging me. We all, yeah, he had a wife. Sure he did. And that males reach their sexual peak as teenagers. One might therefore expect him to mention observing of some sexual activity among the many boys he had been with over the years and the scouting and boys clubs, but neither Kinsey nor his biographers even mention him observing the slightest sexual conduct among the sterile young boys or their leaders. And a report by Patrick Boyle, author of the Scouts Honor, Sexual Abuse in America's Most Trusted Institution, we learned that Kinsey took a direct role in removing the warning against masturbation from the Scout Handbook. I'll read that again. Kinsey took a direct role in removing the warning against masturbation in the Scout Handbook. According to Boyle, an early Boy Scout handbook advised scoutmasters, because boys of scouting age are naturally curious about sex, you may discover or hear about incidents of sexual experimentation among troop members. Incidents of sexual experimentation call for private and thorough investigation and frank discussion with those involved. However, when the Boy Scouts of America in 1947 asked Kinsey's advice in updating the handbook, Kinsey sent them a strongly worded rebuke. Kinsey wrote, "Our years of research have failed to disclose any clear-cut cases of harm resulting from masturbation. Although we have thousands of cases of boys who've had years of their lives ruined by worry over masturbation, we should be glad to serve wherever the Boy Scouts can use factual material." The Boy Scouts of America later dropped the discussion of masturbation from its handbook. Though we understand that Kinsey attended church regularly as a boy, and that he was still devout when he entered college, according to official sources, an incident with masturbation was a turning point for Kinsey. He often told of a college roommate who sought his help in ending his obsessive masturbation. Kinsey said he took the fellow in the room, knelt with him, and prayed that the lad would receive the strength to stop masturbating. Later, after losing his religious faith, Kinsey reportedly laughed at his own naivete. In views of Kinsey's later interest in all things sexual, it seems that his early interest in scouting was not much different from his interest in scouting's founder, Sir Robert Baden-Powell. Like Baden-Powell, Kinsey also married late as compared to his contemporaries and had 3 children who lived to adulthood. Also made passionate remarks about nude males, and uncannily fits the profile of a scout leader who is known to have kept nature photographs of young boys skinny dipping. Do I give you enough background on this, Kinsey? I'm sort of tired. I want to do something else. I will say this. So the father of human sexuality, Mr. Kinsey, liked little kids. I'm just telling you, pedophilia is at the heart of all this stuff. And black men are in the way of it. Now, I want to go to I need to go to page 91. I'm reading a little bit more of this. I'm going to stop. Questions, anyone? Okay. I'm in chapter 5 of this book. I'm going to read some of it, and I'm going to read another chapter. We're going to stop this book. We need to go into something else. This chapter 5 is eliminating American fathers. These are quotes. By the end of 1940, Kinsey recorded over 450 homosexual histories. His Chicago and St. Louis contacts began to spread like branches of a tree. With 700 histories recorded at this point in 1940, his tabulations, curves, and correlative charts began to be impressive. In the autumn of 1940, he describes his prison work. I have 110 histories from inmates there and can get as many as 100 more as I want. The publication of sexual behavior in the human male was the A-bomb that claimed to describe the sexual behavior of the general American male population. Excuse me, something is right. Messing with. Sorry about that. 200,000 copies of the sexual behavior of the human male were sold in 2 months and began to change the public's regard for dear old dad. But were the men in Kinsey's study really fathers and grandfathers that most Americans knew, trusted, and loved? Were they the future fathers as Kinsey implied they were? In previous chapters, it has been shown how Kinsey manipulated the data and his sample was unreliable. But how could Kinsey have gotten away with such a smear of American fathers when in truth, it was not the fact? The Boy Scouts is no longer in business. They have something else. They don't have the Girl Scouts either. Kinsey lied. Kinsey would do fraudulent samples and got money from the Rocker Foundation and others so he could claim that people were just nasty to get rid of all the pre-existing laws and codes. If you want to know why. Now look at this. And Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, 1932, the population rate was regulated by the government. And workers of various class levels had to be decanted from test tubes and government laboratories, all without the need or benefit of mothers and fathers. The mere mention of the words mother or father was considered a gross obscenity. Similarly, Kinsey's research taxonomy had no category for fathers and mothers. Yet at that time, America assumed that the male and female reports were generally mistaken to include the sexual behaviors of fathers and mothers. Kinsey did not disabuse the public of that false belief. These are facts, declared Morris Ernst, Kinsey's ACLU lawyer, and writing about fathers based on Kinsey's data. What were the revealed facts about fathers that Ernst thought so compelling in Kinsey's 1948 male volume? Kinsey's data said 95% of American men violated sex crime laws which could have landed them in jail. Ernst claimed, based on Kinsey, 85% of American men had premarital sex, 69% of them had patronized prostitutes, 45% had committed adultery, and 10 to 37% had experienced an orgasm in a homosexual act, and 17% had had sex with animals. Yet Kinsey and his team presented not one datum of information on fathers in its entire male volume. But by presenting his false data about the average American men, Kinsey indirectly cast doubt on the morality and trustworthiness of all fathers. That was his intention. The constant repetition of Kinsey's data, this is why I had a fight with Yvette Carnell and Boyce Watkins years ago. They're using Kinsey's data. Kinsey, let me just make this make sense to you. Kinsey went and got prostitutes, whores, prisoners, and all that, and created a false narrative on sex in American life as a means to overturn all the laws that used to like fight against pedophilia and so forth. What Kinsey did was they falsified this data and then said, hey, look, so many people are doing all this stuff. Let's just legalize everything. It's the same thing that they're doing with pedophilia. There's so many people. We just have to make it better. We're hurting people. Lots of people have sex with kids and they're living in hiding because you mean people don't know how many people screw kids. So let's just change the laws, fix it so people can be happy. Right? Well, Will Justice, Kinsey based much of his research on men and women's sexuality in America from prostitutes, and that's been treated as if it's gospel truth. Let's look at this. The constant repetition of Kinsey's data about men, it appeared to include fathers. Thus, the collection and presentation of Kinsey's data undermined the understanding, truth, and respect for the office of father. Ernst correctly acknowledges that the father is at the base of the family. Thus, fathers' laws and customs protecting marriage and family were targeted and debased. This is what's happening to black men. And Kinsey helped create the culture to attack, because as they attack the fatherhood, black fathers are going to be the main people hurt. We're the most vulnerable to everything. And yet we have the most important work to do. Look at this. Laws against divorce, adultery, sodomy, prostitution, bestiality, and even incest came under attack, according to another lawyer, Morris Plaskow, New York magistrate. Kinsey's research, his false research, is the basis of all this freaky nastiness you see, where people want to get information on how can we be fair? Who knows what's best so we can help the most people? Kinsey's false data has been held up. Listen to this. Marriage does not solve sexual problems of the male animal. For between 30% and 45% of the male population had extramarital or adulterous intercourse. About 17% of the boys raised on farms have sex contacts with animals. Where the animals are more readily available, the incident figures such as contacts run as high as 65%. Do you really believe that almost 70% of people on the farm are screwing the animals? Kinsey did, and our laws are based around it. All you need to do is go into Google and you'll find out that animal porn and sex with animals, they have all kinds of rules on films, and you can sell literature on sex with animals, all of this stuff. It's quite interesting. Look at this. These premarital, extramarital, homosexual, and animal contexts, we are told, eventually indulged in by 95% of the population in violation of statutory prohibitions. If these conclusions are correct, then it's obvious that our sex crime legislation is completely out of touch with the realities of human life. What Kinsey's research was doing was to say that everybody's nasty and freaky like this. Everyone. So we have to change the law so people can have sex with animals and sodomy and all this, because everybody's doing it. You're basically repressing everyone with laws that are like for maybe 200 years ago. So every time you think like you don't want guys in the women's restroom, they're going to tell you 15% of the population is potentially trans or gay. You're cruel. You're hateful. And it's not like 1 in 1,000 guys who want to piss the women. It's almost everybody. You're the one that doesn't get it. They came up with all this faked, half-baked, crackpot, cooked data to open up the gates for all this filth that we see now. Kinsey's the person that set it off. That's why I'm talking about him. And our people being hurt disproportionately. He was crazy. Let me keep reading. Who did Kinsey really interview? In Chapter 3 on methodology and the erratic numbers which describe the male subject in Kinsey's male volume were examined. The map presented on page 5 claimed that Kinsey's team collected 21,350 sex histories, but only 6,300 are listed as male, and 5,300 of those are white males, including boys who have provided the data for previous publication. So Kinsey does not say he has 6,300 or 5,300 male subjects, but that he has numbers using that way, what may account for 1,180 men and boys from his basic statistical tabulation. Yet, as Wallace said, no more than 4,120 of the alleged 5,300 males appear in Kinsey's male tables. Nowhere did Kinsey give an adequate description of the male population. Instead, he obscures the specific numbers of men from various groups sampled, so friends and foes alike were forced to guess how many males in the report were really Joe College. In a fragment of a letter published in Pomeroy's, Kinsey's biography suggests that while the teams deliberately deceived America and covered up the facts, writing confidential to a good friend, Kinsey uses ridicule and reductio ad absurdum. This is, he was putting people down, to mislead and confound the critics, leading them on a wild goose chase in statistical maze. In other words, Kinsey lied to everybody. Like the people on Wall Street. Same thing. I'm a white dude. I got backing. I lie. Look at this. Kinsey's claimed that convicted criminals, even convicted sex criminals, were no different. They had only gotten caught. I'm bringing this up because Kinsey went into prisons to get sex offenders to be the people that represented American men in terms of sex. So if I go to a jail and get a bunch of rapists, then I can get all of them to say that they've raped women. This is where the feminists get, well, we've all been raped. If all these men say that they rape women, well, maybe 80% of men have raped women. If you've ever wondered where do all these numbers come from, I don't think everybody gets raped. They're cooking it. They have an agenda. Listen to this. We know that Kinsey did include the convicted sex offenders as well as unincarcerated pedophiles, pederast. That's a homosexual pedophile. Homosexual males, boy prostitutes, and other sexual outlaws in his human male sample. This was admitted by Kinsey co-author Paul Gebhardt. Kinsey did mix male prison inmates in with his sample used in the sexual behavior and the human male. That's the big book he put out. As to generalize in the wider population's first volume, Kinsey did generalize to the entire U.S. population. See for one example in tables page 188 and 220, where he clearly extrapolates the U.S. Subsequently, he has to realize his error, and such extrapolation is found in the second volume. A convicted sex offender finds himself in a humiliating position in the following paragraph, taken from Pollen's Sex Criminal, published in 1938. Normal American men have not been interrogated by panels of psychiatrists and law enforcement officers. Yet Kinsey sought out these convicted sex offenders for his study and made it quite clear that imprisoned petty thieves had no interest for him. He did not want straight criminals. He wanted queer criminals. I'm going to read one more page. I'm going to go to something else. A critical concept of outlets. Do I want to do that? Which one would be better? I'm going to do here. Known subjects. A critical concept of outlet sex, homosexual normality, child sexuality, and what has come to be known as law, medicine, education, legislation, and popular culture is a Kinsey scale, i.e. sexual orientation rating from fully heterosexual to fully homosexual. allegedly resulted from data obtained in Kinsey interviews. Yet the Kinsey scale, now famous for its 10% homosexuality claim, was based on nothing more than interviewers' words regarding the psychological reactions as well as overt experience in homosexuality. Even the diligent sleuth like Terman could not identify who these interviewees were by reading the reports and the writings by the Kinsey Institute authors and colleagues. The almost total lack of demographic information on Kinsey's male sample is inexplicable for the work of this scope. Statistician Paul Sheatley and sociologist Herman Hyman confirmed Tierman in an analysis of the Kinsey's report. One of the most telling criticisms of the Kinsey's report is that no one could tell, good or bad, his sample actually was, because nowhere was there systematic account of the distribution of 5,300 males in terms of the factors such as age, religion, etc. Kinsey's documents are now sufficiently complete to show the evidence of meticulous deceit. We know, for instance, Kinsey could not get people from the surrounding community in Bloomington, Indiana, to talk about their sex lives. This should come as no surprise. According to Christensen, Kinsey wrote that offers of the town people to volunteer subjects were surprisingly slow. All told, then, damn few histories yet it's going to be held to get older, well-established businessmen to jeopardize their positions, confessing, even to me, a businessman, that they very worry about exposing themselves. Oh my, let me get down here. And asking college men for the study, we know that despite the publicity to the contrary, Kinsey was not welcome on many college campuses. Kinsey's team had no other real alternative but to talk to sex offenders because American men, our fathers, were away during World War II and their availability for sex interviews was severely limited. However, homosexual enclaves in large cities and prison inmates, on the other hand, were ideal sources for interviews for the Indiana University Kinsey team during the war. Not only did prisons provide Kinsey's team with people to interview, prisoners could be compelled to cooperate. Are you understanding me? So the basis of all of the sexology, the study on sex, laws, divorce, come from this freak going into the jails and asking people and falsifying the data. This is what Kinsey did. Kinsey traveled the country to get laws against incest and pedophilia reduced based on the lie that people who molest kids only do it for a while and stop. If you wonder why so much of this stuff goes on, it's because his research, and this was to undermine fatherhood, motherhood, childhood. Let me keep looking. Okay, look at this. Ramsey began researching in 1939, was fired in 1942 on the evidence that he had lied to parents and administration to gain access to their young sons for sex information. There were also rumors of additional foul play on Ramsey's part. Ramsey worked for Kinsey. Okay. Foul play on Ramsey's part regarding sexual impropriety at the high school. Kinsey obtained Rockefeller money for Ramsey's attorney fees and defended him vociferously, demeaning the rights of the parents to educate their children on sexual matters, and warning, if we let them get away with this in Peoria now, this precedent will encourage boards elsewhere to do similar things. Scaffolds everywhere will try the same tactics against us here and against the entire research program. So we got this man to do this freaky stuff. Look at this. Let me go back and read this. Another 329 prisoners were interviewed in the pre-1948 non-sex offenders, according to Gebhard et al. And sex offenders. This brings a total of incarcerated interviewees to 1,929. Now, he said he had 5,300 people. And out of 5,300 people, you had basically 2,000 sex criminals. to do a sample research on understanding American men. Kinsey's team's tone, sex offender, was drawn from the false authority of their data that was similarly relied upon worldwide by legislators, penologists, and law enforcement. In other words, this falsified data from sex criminals influences public policy and lawmaking worldwide. Part of the original Kinsey team included Kinsey enthusiast and high school teacher, I'm going to give you this name, Glenn Ramsey of Peoria, Illinois, cited in Sex Offender and throughout Kinsey data texts and data. Ramsey reported on at least 350 aberrant high school boys whom he had interviewed. Imagine that. Now, what's he, a freak, doing with 350 young freaks? Let me keep reading. The use of Ramsey's 350 boys in the data of the male volume is confirmed by Christensen. Gagnon called the boys aberrant, claiming that Ramsey identified a 50% homosexual rate among them. The 350 is very conservative, since we know that Kinsey also interviewed children in the ghetto without parental consent, as well as an exclusively Negro township and a sparsely settled section of Kansas. The feeble-minded institution at Coldwater, Michigan, and 100% of the boys and girls who go through the Ohio Bureau of Juvenile Research at Columbus, Ohio. Kinsey refers to these and other youthful volunteer sources in his sexual behavior in the human male. Without numbers, however, it is impossible to count or evaluate them. We can count 317 boys cited in Table 31 of the male as victims of laboratory sex experiments by adult males. Kinsey's Table 31, entitled Pre-Adolescent Experience and Orgasm. A note at the bottom of the table reads, based on actual observation, 317 males. The males ranged in age from 2 months to 15 years, with 28 under 1 year of age. They're basing human sexuality on people under 1 year old. This Alfred Kinsey is the person that we're listening to. How do they know about the kid having an orgasm at 1? Would a parent let some stranger do something to their kid for research? Do you believe that? Now, I want to give you a little bit more. Kinsey included homosexuals in his sample for the male volume, which he identified largely through homosexual bars, baths, and networks in New York and elsewhere. Kinsey's view was that the choice of a sex partner or an outlet is a matter with little thought given to the sex of the partner. Kinsey argued that choosing a partner by gender is foolish and trivial. In other words, just get it off, right? In his critical review of the male volume, Tierman writes, on page 661, author Kinsey, our proposal of the individual's preferences of sexual partners of the same or opposite sex, says that this problem, after all, is part of the broader problem of choices in general. The choice of the road one takes, of the clothes that one wears, or the food that one eats, of the place which one sleeps, and at the endless other things that one is constantly choosing. That is, the problem of choosing is evident enough, but to many, a reader of the implication of the passage will be that sex chosen as a partner in sexual activity is as unimportant as one's preferences regarding food or the cut of one's clothes. Much of Kinsey's work is designed to advance the revolutionary notions about homosexuality. 1, the secret homosexuality was relatively commonplace. 2, that the most normal Americans hypocritically and secretly engaged in illicit sex of various kinds, including homosexuality. That people were commonly bisexual, meaning that they were both homosexual and heterosexual. 4, thus, prejudice against homosexuality was hypocritical and based on ignorance of normal sexual behavior. And 5, children and adults should experience and experiment with both their homosexual and heterosexual sides. Let me read that again. Children and adults should experience and experiment with their homosexual and heterosexual sides. Kinsey and his team expressly focused upon solicited units brought together by common, deviant, and perverse sexual interests while pretending not to have included groups of people brought together by common sexual interests. They found them in bars, bathhouses, and tea rooms. They even located rooming houses of volunteers through homosexual networks. His first assignment originated in a trip Kinsey made to New York for the purpose of taking the histories of homosexual group consisting chiefly of writers, artists, architects, and others occupied with creative works. This group held frequent sex sessions to which Kinsey was invited as an observer. Pomeroy then describes the films that Kinsey made of numerous homosexual units performing sodomy and sexual sadism. As discussed earlier, Kinsey even paid to have 2 males fly to Bloomington to be filmed performing sadistic sex acts. Says Pomeroy, on subsequent New York trips, we spent many hours in gay bars. Gephardt was once taking histories in a famous music school where we knew there'd be a great many homosexuals. Often we would plunge into a subculture that was unknown to people, a world of homosexual prostitution in the Times Square area of New York. In the evening, we took homosexual histories from the near North Side. His mission in Chicago was to collect homosexual histories. Soon he had a half-dozen centers in the city from which he could make contacts. In a letter to a friend, Ralph Voris, Mr. Man Kinsey wrote, have been to homosexual Halloween parties, taverns, clubs, etc., which would be unbelievable if realized by the rest of the world. Why has no one cracked this before? There are at least 300,000 involved in Chicago alone. I have diaries. I've got albums of photographs of their friends or from commercial sources. Fine art to putrid. Some of the art model material is gorgeous. I want you to see it. I have a total of 120 homosexual histories, the subject which you and I have been studying. He is careful not to say, study we've been studying is one of all possible information that needs to be pooled to affect public understanding. Addressing the number of units, sharing common sexual interests, Pomeroy further notes. By the end of 1940, he had recorded more than 450 homosexual histories. His Chicago and St. Louis contacts began to spread like branches of a tree, with 700 histories reported at that point. Let me go down. In 1940, Kinsey had already constructed tabulation curves. I want to get down. I don't want to do that. Okay. Okay. Here we go. As noted earlier, who indeed today has not heard of the mantra that homosexuals make up 10% of the U.S. population? The world-famous Kinsey scale has been repeated and reprinted thousands of times worldwide like a graph with people, figures, horizontal, vertical, in children's sex education texts and courtrooms and reports to law enforcement and legislatures. Even today, when homosexuality has been mainstreamed into what a popular women's magazine called Lesbian Chic, one it's hard to find 10 to 37 homosexuals in a group of 100 average men. Yet, at a time when homosexuals were viewed by the healing profession as suffering from emotional and mental disorder, Kinsey claimed to prove that homosexuals represented 10 to 37% of males. According to Kinsey, the males in his group and their partners allegedly experienced arousal, orgasm, psychically or physically, in a homosexual encounter at some time in their life. The number of permutations possible from such a definition are unending, from rape victims reporting that the rapist had an orgasm to Kinsey team deciding the subject was psychically aroused. I just want to stop. I'm going to go to one more piece, then we'll get out of here because I want to stop in a few minutes. Listen to this. For Kinsey's study of 4,120 people, 86% of them were aberrant. Out of the 4,120 people, imagine this, 1,600 were sex offenders or psychopaths. 329 were prison non-sex offenders. 317 were children. 350 were schoolboys. 300 were pimps. 630 were gay. If you wonder why we get so much confusion, and there's a fraud science that's driving all of this. No. I'm just going to do a page or two of this and then we'll stop. We can chat with each other. I just want to stop. I'm going to do a couple pages and stop. Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, published in 1948, carried 23 chapters of very scientific-looking data and analysis on human behavior. The most baleful and least critiqued information was contained in Chapter 5, which Kinsey titled Early Sexual Growth and Activity. This chapter reports anywhere from 317 boy infants and children to 1,746 to 2,035 total children having been sex experiment subjects for Kinsey's data in Chapter 5 of the male and female volumes. In Chapter 5, Kinsey alleges to have proven via his observers that the tiniest of infants have sexual capacity for orgasm. Kinsey claims that his data prove that sexual activity is natural to the human animal from birth. Hence, human children are unharmed by sexual activity even from birth. On the basis of his scientific authority, and substantial changes were made. Pre-Kinsey sexual information, education, earlier understood as marriage and family living, was understood to be best provided by a child's parents or legal guardians. Post-Kinsey, this responsibility was slowly transferred to teachers. Kinsey's philosophy of early childhood sexual development became the foundation of the tax-supported body of graphic AIDS, prevention, and sex education in many American public and even private and parochial schools under the banner of sex education. AIDS prevention, family life, health, hygiene, home economics, and physical education. Public health report data demonstrates as Kinseyan-based sex education become more widely pervaded to children in earlier years, the levels of sexual disease and dysfunction have steadily increased each decade since the 1950s to now toxic levels. Writing on the first page of Chapter 5, Kinsey made one of many statements that could easily have alerted anthropologist Ashley Montague about the presence of Kinsey's cytomania. As Kinsey sought to measure sexual arousal in human beings of all ages, children included. Kinsey wrote in his male volume that erotic arousal could be subjected to a precise instrumental measurement if objectivity among scientists and the public respect for scientists allowed such laboratory investigation. It is unrealistic to suggest that Kinsey did not mean exactly what he wrote above. In fact, Kinsey did conduct sexual research on children involving what he saw as precise instrumental measurement, which he interpreted as erotic arousal in infants, toddlers, and children. Before proceeding to the Kinsey data, it is useful to point out how groundbreaking this research was. According to Kinsey, there was no child developmental specialist who had suggested that children were either sexual from birth or that they benefited from early sexual activity. Briefly, child development specialist Mary Shivanandan summarized the developmental theories of the 20th century as they relate to children. Sigmund Freud argued that psychosocial identity was the childhood goal and that children go through various stages of development, including a wholly asexual latency stage in order to attain maturity. Similarly, psychoanalyst Erik Erikson stressed children's goal of trust, autonomy, industry, identity, and spiritual development. Cognitive theorists like Jean Piaget, Lawrence Kohlberg, Albert Bandura focused on the mutual cooperation, moral thinking, and social learning as a child's major goals. Humanists Carl Rogers and Abraham Maslow stress the children's drive towards self-actualization as his or her driving goals in life. Learning theorist B.F. Skinner viewed the child's chief goal as learning, reason, and obedience. Arnold Gosnell and Robert Havegners, maturation theorists, said normal development and task achievement were childhood goals. Alfred Kinsey alone stressed the early sexual satisfaction as age appropriate and thus as a childhood goal. Calculations on a number of infant and young boys observed under sexual stimulation identified in the male volume occurs between 317 and 1739. The child subject totals can be calculated several ways depending on the way that the number of charts are added. However, in writing in 1980, Ethical Issues in Sex Therapy, Volume 2, the very influential sexologists Masters, Johnson, Kolodny, and Weems seem to give their reader a history of research on the ethics of sex, research involving children and the mentally retarded. It is an important essay contained in the book by Albert Jensen and J. Mann. They report on Kinsey included observational reports of the speed of reaching an orgasm in 1,888 boys aged 5 months to adolescents who were timed with a stopwatch. A stopwatch. 1,888 boys. How'd they get them off? That's nasty. And listen to this, and 147 prepubescent girls for a total of 2,036. The authors cite their personal communication with Wardell Pomeroy, Kinsey's co-author, who validated the 1,888 boys in the Kinsey report. Dr. Paul Gebhardt was in attendance at the very important Congress in his official capacity as director of the Institute for Sex Research, Indiana University, Bloomington. Where could Kinsey's team gotten 1,746 or 2,036 boys and girls from instrumental measurement of erotic arousal data timed with the stopwatch from infancy to teen years with no parental objections and no arrests circa the 1930s and 1940s? Little is revealed about the trained observers. The male report tells us almost nothing. Better data on pre-adolescent climax from the histories of adult males who have sexual contacts with younger boys and who, with their adult backgrounds, are able to recognize and interpret the boys' experiences. Unfortunately, not all the subjects with such contacts in their histories were questioned on point of pre-adolescent reactions, but 9 of our adult male subjects have observed such orgasms. 9 people observed a baby having an orgasm. Black Lives Matter. Joe Biden likes this. Y'all voted for Biden. This is what you want. Some of these adults are technically trained persons who have kept diaries and other records who've been put at our disposal and have secured information on 317 pre-adolescents who were either observed in self-masturbation or were observed in contact with other boys or older adults. They're researching pedophilia, rape. As Kinsey's title suggests, the following represent the first experiences of the little tykes had with eroticism. Kinsey's record of what he sees as infant and child orgasmic potential is presented in Table 30 of Sexual Behavior in the Human Male. Explanatory notes for Table 30 state the following. All data is based on memory of older subjects except for the column entitled Data from Other Subjects. In later cases, original data gathered by certain of our subjects were made available for the use of the present volume. Of the 214 cases so reported, all but 14 subsequently observed an orgasm. Okay. The reason I'm bringing this Kinsey thing, and I can stop here because it's closing and it's late. I just want y'all to be with me on this and understand something. That this sexual confusion that you see through Black Lives Matter, the Gay Equality Act, all this other kind of stuff, you begin to see an attack on the youth. I'm in another book. I just want to take 1 second and share something with you because it's a real thing that starts to happen. And maybe I can just give you a little, then we stop. I'm going to give you a little. We're going to come back to this one. This is Dr. Judith Reisman. I'll just give you a little of this. This is chapter 4, heterophobia. This is what's hitting anybody, heterophobia. Heterophobia. I want to get back to, you know what? I'm going to stop for a second because we've been at this for a minute. I'm going to come back to heterophobia. And we're going to do some more on this eugenics. I may just do something later today because this is kind of heavy. I'm just doing this white folk stuff for a minute. Then we're going to go back to black people stuff. I already miss black stuff. This white stuff has wiped me out. I want to get back into drugs and other things being pushed in our neighborhood. But I hope if I can stop here, did y'all learn something? Are y'all understanding? In particular, if I come back and we'll start talking about Kinsey, that Alfred Kinsey and them created a false database, false research based on rapists, on pimps, on whores. And through the Rockefeller Foundation that funded them, all of American culture has been shaped off of Kinsey's lies. And sexuality of children, this is why they're pushing stuff in school. And if you say no to it, you're cruel to children. I don't like children. This is all happening right now to us. And they're pitting women. I've got to, I think what I'm going to lead with the next thing, show how this ties in. We got to deal with this. I'm waiting for other material that I've ordered. I'm waiting for some stuff on black feminism because I want to tie it together. But what I'm going to do, there are a couple books I'm going to stick with them. I've been threatening to use this book, and I got to get into the Tavistock Institute. And I'm just wondering, especially if folk have a few minutes, how many people want to do a little bit more? Because I'll stop and do one more thing. because we're talking about this population control. There was a film on germ warfare. And the thing that was so important under germ warfare was how it, I think I'm going to show you 2 things on germ warfare. I'm going to show you that they made a VD to exterminate rabbits. And they used something like AIDS to kill off the rabbits in Australia. And they're trying to do this with black people. And so they're doing sex, sexuality, germ warfare, food, GMO. All of this is not a large attack on us. And the greatest fear that they have is of the Most High and black men and black women working together. I want to thank Black Rose for being on with me. I want to thank all of y'all. We've done 2 of these. We've done almost 6 hours worth. Maybe I'll do something tomorrow, later today, and we're going to just keep putting this out here. But I hope people are learning. So I've got a chapter on heterophobia. We're going to look at heterophobia. Dr. Reisman put that together. And then I'm going to come towards feminism, pork chop feminists. We got to do that. And I got to talk a little bit about the Boule selling us out. I am going to do that film. I'm probably going to do the film I was in, a very short one. And in fact, I have a question. Who's got 22 minutes? Who can do another 30 minutes? Who can do 30 minutes more, 20 minutes more? I don't read so many books, Sheila. I buy books, I read certain chapters. This stuff is depressing to me. I got depressed reading this people screwing these kids. I'm sorry, that is like I had to like stop. This stuff makes me angry. I start getting angry. I'm like, yeah. Oh wow. It's that's so sick. I was fired up, and then it makes. I'm just seeing too many people hurt by this stuff, and I was in a great mood, and this stuff has gotten in my spirit. I have to stop. I got to do something else because this Kinsey and this pork chop, this stuff, it bothers me. I talk to people because it's like, am I the only person that's mad about this shit or thinks about it? And so let me stop here. I might come back on earlier today and drop another piece, but I've got this book here I really like. I've been waiting. I have some black men's books because I do want to talk about black men. I want to talk about our stuff, right? I've been waiting to do our stuff, right? Oh my God. When is this? No, this isn't mine. Wow. I want to do some discussions about this. Y'all have questions? Well, yeah, no, I'm all for Ezekiel and other. People can say what they want. The one thing that I find helps me process this. I know everybody black got so modern and advanced, but I'll tell you something. I'm gonna turn on the damn Psalms and listen to the freaking Old Testament and play that like helps calm me down when I think about, my God, all this stuff. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. But we're able to beat it. There's nothing too great for the righteous and elect. I now am beginning to think, yep, Jesus, please come back and get our asses, because this is just going to hell. And I'm a pretty flexible person, but it's too nasty for me. I'm going to, I don't know. There is something I wanted y'all to see. And it's all with the eugenics Now, I don't know if y'all would indulge me that, but to watch the germ warfare thing and see how right after World War II, these people have gone to war with black people. We're not even fighting them, but in reality, we're the majority. We have the good land and the stuff. And in order for them to be on top of us, they've got to mess over us. And so this germ warfare is going on. Questions, because they're 30 people, and I hate to leave people, but I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. And I've got to figure out how to make this scanner work, and I've got to get my website up. I have it. I just need to put stuff on it and start talking. Who's with me? Who wants to do 20 to 30 minutes more? I think I can do it, but I need to show y'all something. I need to show y'all that there's so many ways that they're coming at us. If people are open, I'm open. If you're not open, I won't bother you. But we just need to change up off of messing with the kids. I saw people messed over when I was young. I'm like right now, I need to change subjects. It got to me. I'm sorry. Yeah, I couldn't read anymore, Kenzie. That this reminds me of being in divinity school, and they had just all this nasty satanic stuff that you have to read, and you just want to get out. Just God help me graduate. I can't do this. Why do I have to read this? This isn't making me smart. This is making me this is mess with my brain. Now, I did want to talk about germ warfare, and I can shut this and open up another dialogue. What do you want me to do? Let me know. And yes, I know that was hard on you. The prison stuff, it all goes together. It's a larger assault on the Most High. And I know y'all don't want to hear it, but we black folk, we have a purpose for some reason. I mean, I'm serious. We got a serious purpose, people. And we have a major purpose. And understand that if you read our book, the Old Testament, is not about racists. Don't let the little idiot Afrocentrics fool you. The Old Testament is it's in Africa, it's about black people and black folk not having their asses together, getting jacked up. And that's what I think is happening to us. I begin to think that this whole Hebrew thing, we must be it. Everybody hates us and we hate one another. Damn. It has to be us. I've never seen another group. I mean, I go to other countries, people just hate you on sight. You've never done anything to them. I was talking to some friends of mine from Russia. And, oh no, the germ warfare includes AIDS. Germ warfare includes AIDS. And this COVID-19, ooh. All I'm going to say to you, this plague now was made. How many of you are aware that this Ebola that was killing people just 6 years ago was made down in Atlanta, Georgia? I should treat y'all to something. I'm going to go ahead and do something, and I'll let y'all see it. And if y'all drop off, y'all drop off. If y'all come on, y'all come on. But y'all need to see this. I got into some trouble a few years ago because these people these people had Good morning. Who you gonna call? Coon Busters. Hello, this is Dr. Randy Short. These are my. I want to tell you that I have a person I met who told me and taught me about how AIDS had been made to kill black people. And I think they killed this man. I'll write his name up for you. I met him through, and I'm going to say this to you. The man was gay, but he gave his life for black people. I give him honor for that. Boyd Ed Graves was a man I met, 15 years ago. He taught me a whole bunch of stuff. I'm tempted to share a couple of my videos that I did. Everybody else does videos. Sometimes people wonder, okay, what I'm going to do is pull up. I may show you 2 videos because I don't want to leave without this coming up. Y'all need to know what's going on. And I'll show you this video because this is what got me in trouble with Obama. I could care less about Obama. To hell with him. Punk ass nigga, I just can't stand him. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anyone says. They made Ebola and they've made other stuff to hurt us. And we need to wake up, people, and understand that there's so many things that they're doing at one time. Okay, here it is.
And civilian.
I'm going to show y'all this. And this is from Africa. Somebody wrote and asked me about Africa, and hell, I put my life on the line for Africa and Africans 6 years ago. And I don't have any regrets, but I would say this to you. Africans are still looking at what I told them. I'm gonna blow this thing up and show this to you. The same thing is going on, the same powers. Same powers are pushing Ebola, are the same people that are pushing Corona. These are things to make money. I don't know if y'all saw this thing. I'm about to put this on. Where's my veil at? Let me get my Islamic veil so it's not bright and it doesn't disturb your eyes. What's going on with this is the same for COVID. We can have this conversation. Don't blame me. I didn't make anyone do anything. I don't want anybody poisoned. I don't want anyone to get sick. Okay. Wow, I have to keep. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to play it for the hell of playing. Somebody bugging me about what I did for Africa. Shit, what has Africa done for me? Hell. I'm just working on the sound, y'all. Okay.
and welcome to the debate. I'm Marzieh Hashimi. Thanks so much for being with us. While the alarm is rising on the spread of the Ebola virus, statistics, though not clear, say at least 3,500 people have died from what they think is Ebola in 2014. The majority of cases have taken place in West Africa, mainly Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. However, the first fatality has now taken place in the United States of a Liberian national recently arriving in the U.S. Now, many questions are being asked, from if this disease is man-made to whether it is being used as an excuse by the United States to control more African resources. This after U.S. President Barack Obama declared war on Ebola. But instead of ordering health professionals to Africa, he's ordered the deployment of thousands of military troops.
The deadly Ebola virus continues to spread in West Africa, taking a lethal toll in Guinea, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and Senegal. Over 3,400 people have already lost their lives to the fatal disease in Africa. The disease has reached as far as the U.S., where 4 infected people have arrived. In the latest case, a man who's recently arrived from Liberia was diagnosed with the disease in Texas earlier this week. Health officials say he had been in contact with 100 people before being taken to the hospital. Texas health officials are now monitoring 50 people who had close contact with the man. The hospital where the patient is being treated has come under fire for how it handled his first visit there, with fever and abdominal pain 8 days ago. The hospital staffers were told twice that he had recently arrived from West Africa, but he was sent back home with an antibiotic. There are numerous speculations regarding the epidemic in Africa. Some believe the outbreak is a result of biological warfare waged by imperialist countries, particularly the U.S., against Africa. They claim that the disease is being tested on Africans and is even created in an attempt to reduce Africa's population. Some others claim that the U.S. is using the Ebola outbreak to further increase its military presence and reinforce its intelligence in Africa. They say it would be more logical for Washington to send in medical and healthcare staff instead of military troops to the affected nations. The Pentagon has announced that it will send nearly 4,000 troops to Liberia to help fight the spread of Ebola in the West African country. Some other assumptions accuse Washington of encouraging an Ebola outbreak on its own soil. They back their claim by saying that the U.S. government is not serious enough in fighting the disease and has even refused to ban air travelers from infected countries from entering the U.S. Another point of controversy is the information released on the patent secured by the U.S. government on the Ebola virus. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control, CDC, owns a patent on a particular strain of Ebola known as Eboban. The question here is, why would a government organization claim to have invented an infectious disease and then claim a monopoly over its commercial use? And the possible answer would be to cause panic, introduce a vaccine, and push countries into buying billions of dollars worth of vaccines.
I'd like to welcome my guest to the program, founder of American Institute for Foreign Policy, Mr. Michael Lane out of Washington, and political commentator, Dr. Randy Short, right here in Tehran. Welcome both of you to the program. Well, let's start this off with Mr. Lane. Now, Ebola is a deadly disease. Do you think that the global community is dealing with it in the right way?
I think we're starting to take steps in that direction. Clearly, the world community and the United States, as the leader of the world community, was several days late and several dollars short in terms of their reaction to the outbreak of Ebola. Where the president now is showing signs, President Obama is now showing signs that he recognizes Ebola as a threat to world health and world order and United States public health. He should have recognized that months before he finally did, and taken even more steps than he's taken so far to contain the outbreak back before it spread as far as it has.
What about that, Dr. Short? Do you agree with our guest, Mr. Lane, who said that now the United States is starting to take the precautions that it had needed to take before? Or do you see it in a different perspective?
I agree, if I'm following the hegemonic line, that this was a legitimate disease that just occurred freely in nature. But since I do not,
Frankly, what President Barack Obama should have done is call for secession of all American NGOs, corporations, not-for-profits doing non-consensual human experimentation in Africa and everywhere else in the world where it goes on. Ebola, I'm holding in my hands a patent that the U.S. government gave for Ebola in 2012. It says it's invented and it was made in its abstract for experimentation. Governments in Africa were given about $140 million to let experimentation start in January of this year. And now we see people dying from it because it was a disease made to kill, and it's killing. And in reality, this late move, to me, has more to do with creating a panic so people can sell medication as well as kill Africans. This gentleman and I are going to disagree. I'm an African-American and quite proud of it. Anglo-Americans have been killing African people for profit and for land for 500 years. This is just another instance. And it's clear as this government patent. And I dare him to tell me this is conspiracy theory when they say they made it. When this has the U.S. Department of Health as an assignee to this patent for someone to say to me that it's a conspiracy theory when they say so. Okay. This isn't a conspiracy theory.
Stay with me, Dr. Short.
Kill people and make money.
Stay with Dr. Short. Crossing over to Washington. Mr. Lane, your take on what our guest Dr. Short has just stated.
Well, I think he's a little over the top here.
No, I'm not over the top.
Figure out where we are.
I know exactly where we are. You deal with the patent, sir. Okay. When the government says they give a patent for it, it's not over the top. Deal with the fact that I laid down. The fact is that it was made. It says it's invented. It has the name of the inventors on the patent.
Okay,
just check the internet.
Let me cross over to Washington.
Over the top. This is just being real.
Stay with me, Dr. Short. Go ahead, Mr. Lane.
I'm not familiar with the document that he has. I do know it exists. I don't deny its authenticity. But let's figure out why the government would have a patent on this. It looks to me, in the minimal amount of information I was able to find out about this document, this is a patent on a variant of the original disease. It's certainly well within reason. Where when you're doing the research on cures and vaccines and things like that, that you would deal with variants on the disease and that you would use that as part of your research to find those cures and those vaccines. So the fact that the document exists and the fact that the document may be authentic is not in itself any sort of smoking gun.
It is authentic. Don't accuse me of lying. This is a government's document.
I never accused you, Dr. Short, of lying.
Let me just jump in here. Dr. Short, why would the U.S. government want to, according to what you're saying, create such a deadly virus? Why would they want to do that?
Why would they have the syphilis experiments? Why would they have the pellagra experiments? Why is Dr. James, his name is escaping me, he's at the Mailman School at Columbia, do these kinds of things with Depo-Provera in the same areas? We have a history of doing all kinds of unjust and illegal things with substances, not just outside of the United States, but within. The Tuskegee experiment is the best known, but there are many, many others. And so it's time for this to stop. Bill and Melinda Gates, he just put his mouth in this. He's run non-consensual human experimentation that's watched people die in Africa. This is old. They did it to the Native Americans with certain diseases. As a person of part Native American descent, I can't be as clinical and detached as the gentleman in Washington. By the way, that's the land that was stolen from my people by whites using diseases like Ebola.
All right, stay with me both, guests, Mr. Lane and Dr. Short. I want to cross over to our Facebook page and see what some of our viewers have said about this subject.
Defiantly, the Americans have developed a lab strain to use it as a weapon, and for sure this strain is that very lab strain. That's why it's spreading more quickly than the old natural strains seen before. The US is a scapegoat for all the losers out there who can't take responsibility for their own actions. They already have a vaccine and cure for this. That's why they already have a patent on it. AIDS didn't kill fast enough, so they created Ebola. AIDS and Ebola are attributed to US war factories, and that's what we call the NWO, New World Order. Why do they have to bring soldiers instead of doctors? Is Ebola a terrorist? Let the fools be fooled. This will definitely be an interesting debate. Can't use my guesswork to know whether Ebola is man-made or not. I only want to flip through each evidence provided from each side. All I know is that it is a dangerous infection. Press TV, why can't you make anything debatable without mentioning the US or Zionists? Come on, try to be mature enough, please. Didn't the US Public Health Service deliberately infect 600 impoverished African Americans with syphilis between 1932 and 1972 in an infamous Tuskegee clinical study? This is why the US government owns a patent on human Ebola virus species and compositions and methods thereof. Ebola is not a disease. It's simply a chemical warfare attack to show the world what they can do if their democracy is not accepted. Time for the usual Americans to arise against the murderous schemes their country is applying on others. I think you should Google patent CA2741523A1, then ask yourself the same question. Google this name about Jonathan S. Towner, inventor of Ebola, with patent number CA2745123A1. You can Google patent number.
Okay, well, lots of comments. Mr. Lane, let me get your perspective on some of our comments. There seem to be a lot of people that really believe that the United States is behind this. Your take, sir.
Well, first of all, as I said in the first segment, it doesn't surprise me that our government is involved in experimentations here, that they're looking for variants on the virus, and they're also looking for cures, and they're looking for vaccines on the virus. In fact, I think it would be irresponsible of them not to do so. I think it would be similarly not surprising to find out that those research efforts are both military funded and civilian funded, Centers for Disease Control, et cetera. So none of those things shock me. I was sort of struck by the comments on the comparison between Ebola and AIDS, particularly yesterday. Science Magazine, the authority on this, published the definitive study that indicated that ground zero for AIDS was the capital of the Republic of the Congo, starting back approximately 1920, and that a perfect storm came together to facilitate the spread of AIDS globally, first throughout Africa and then globally over a period of 50, 60 years. So, the comparison there is not the same. We don't know where Ebola came from. We will eventually find out where Ebola came from. I would be surprised to find out that it's a man-made and not a natural virus. I wouldn't be shocked beyond belief to find that out, but I would be surprised to find that out.
Okay,
I
stay
think
with
the
me,
experiments and the research has to be done.
All right. I want to read something. From 1974, we have Henry Kissinger. It says depopulation should be the highest priority of foreign policy towards the third world. We have a leader in the United States right now, Louis Farrakhan, Dr. Short, who's saying, quote, that the U.S. government is behind this to depopulate the world's black population. How likely is that a possible scenario?
Well, look at the National Security Memorandum 200. Look at the fact that even though this gentleman is saying he can't tell, when this says that the U.S. Department of Health in Atlanta, Georgia is a co-assignee for this, we have plenty of things. We don't have to go to Africa. Look at the United States. Things like fluoride in the water, which is twice as deadly for African Americans as whites, and yet they insist on keeping it in the water supply. Non-whites make up roughly 70% of the people aborted each year in the United States. When you look at the mass incarceration and you look at many other things, eugenics is as American as apple pie. Adolf Hitler, his people came to the United States to learn at the feet of Margaret Sanger. So in reality, and of course that's real unpleasant because Anglo-Americans don't like hearing that, yes, Hitler went to you when he wanted to figure out what to do with unwanted populations, America is the place that does it best.
Margaret Sanger, can you just expand on that?
Margaret Sanger is the racist supremacist who started the American Birth Control League in 1917, and it became Planned Parenthood in 1943.
Okay.
She believed that there were too many non-white people and we were human weeds. And in 1939, started something called the Negro Project, where she felt that there's a way to quietly eliminate African Americans. And these sentiments weren't just hers, the same as outlined in Chapter 7 of Gunnar Myrdal's An American Dilemma.
Okay, stay with me, Dr. Short. Would love to get more into this, but of course, limited time. Mr. Lane, I want to look at another aspect of this. We saw last month that President Barack Obama ordered thousands of American troops to go and deal with the Ebola virus. It seems quite odd that he would order military troops on the ground to deal with Ebola. At the same time, we see that a country like Cuba has actually ordered medical personnel to go to West Africa to try to help. Why military troops? What can military troops do against this virus?
Well, first, let me back up and say that I agree 100% with Dr. Short on Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood. He has that part of it exactly right, and I agree with him. More to your question, look, the whole thing needs to be organized first. Without the American military going in there, and I don't think it's going to stop at 4,000. I think we're going to see that number close to double by the time we're finished. We need to go in there and set up hospitals and medical facilities. Bring the portable hospitals in that will create beds and treatment centers for people who are infected with this horrific disease. That's what the military is supposed to do. I would be surprised and I would be disappointed if President Obama did not organize a team of a large team of medical treatment professionals that will go in there and follow up the military. That's what needs to be done, and that's what I said in the very beginning of the show, that we're a day late and a dollar short on all these things. The military team should have been in there setting up the medical facilities 6-8 months ago, and the medical teams should have followed right on after that. I hope they do.
Dr. Short, what about that? There has been some criticism about why sending military troops now, and as the gentleman in Washington has just said, is to set up, accordingly to him, that is to set up everything to get it in place first. Your take, sir?
It's already set up. In 1966, Dr. Emmett Ravenhall. Yes, it is set up. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. The United States, USAID, Office on Population, its director, Dr. Emmett Ravenhall, a vicious, virulent racist, convinced President Johnson that the United States should not provide medical care, clean water, or other things to people in Africa, Asia, or in the developing world. It was against the geopolitical and strategic interests of the United States. And instead, eugenics, mass sterilization, mass abortion, even promoting things which now you've got this gay movement that President Obama is pushing as if he's a cheerleader for homosexuality. These things have been systematically pushed for 48 years. And not only that, they've done all the experimentation and sent dangerous drugs to Africa for decades and Asia. And this has been quite deliberate. So he's right. It's decades late and billions of dollars short. And there's big money made in experimenting and doing all kinds of things to people of African descent and in Asia. And keep your eyes peeled. They're working, doing unethical human experimentation right over in Pakistan and also Afghanistan with hepatitis C. Don't be surprised if one day you have an epidemic of some strange hepatitis in Iran because of people using, over in Fort Detrick, doing all kinds of wicked things, everything from making the anthrax that killed 2 postal workers where I live in Washington, D.C., and killed a postal worker at Howard University where I attended
stay with
school.
me, Dr. Short. What about that, Mr. Lane, about bioweapons? I mean, there are a lot of speculation right now that the United States perhaps is working more and more in developing and using bioweapons. Is it a possibility?
Certainly it's a possibility. I don't discount the fact that the United States historically has had a bioweapons program and probably leads the world in terms of research and effectiveness in turning various things into bioweapons. Now, we're also a world leader in terms of negotiating treaties where we finally wind up destroying these things and outlawing them and taking them off the battlefield. But anything's a possibility. I don't deny that. But that doesn't mean that that's what's going on here. In fact, I doubt that's what's going on here.
Okay, Dr. Short, I'll let you close it. We're just about out of time. Your take, sir, your closing comments.
All the countries of the world, led by the United States, need to stop all human experimentation and all sorts of human rights violations in countries in Africa and Asia. And this was completely preventable. It was man-made, human-made. The patent is online. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just fact. Shame on America. And I hope Obama doesn't treat this event as another opportunity to improve his golf game when people of color suffer.
And on that note, I'd like to
I think Dr. Short is connecting dots that can't be connected.
Well, I'm going to connect them anyhow. Thank you.
And on that note, that brings us to the end of this program. Founder, American Institute for Foreign Policy, Mr. Michael Lane out of Washington. We appreciate your being with us, as well as political commentator, Dr. Randy Short, right here in Tehran. And as always, viewers, we appreciate you being with us. Make sure you join us same time, same place tomorrow. I'm Marcia Hashimi signing out for the debate. Goodbye.
Okay, y'all. I hope that did not bore you. Oh my God, the number went up. Don't you take your asses to bed. Now there was another bio thing, and there was a short thing I did. People asking about Africa. Unfortunately, I don't know if anybody else out of 1.5 billion Africans, not one goddamn African opened their damn mouths to stop from being killed by this thing that they made. It's shameful. It's shameful. These bioweapons are being made and have been made increasingly since the end of the Second World War. I almost want to, because this is 3 hours, is jump off and jump back in. There is another germ warfare thing. I'll put one more in here for you. I want to point out to you with this pandemic that they have now, so you'll be aware, my friends. They absolutely, this plan thing, I can just tell everyone, please, you can look up this name for yourself. Don't believe me. Just completely ignore me. I'm a liar. Okay, I'm not a Pan-Africanist asshole. You can look up and find, you can find the guy. Look up this dude. Y'all need to understand that Pfizer, they're making a lot of money. I think they're connected to Bill Gates and other people. They're dirty. Let me see. We're under attack. Pharmaceutical people, as I mentioned to you, Margaret Sanger used to write a man by the name of Mr. Gamble. Mr. Gamble is from Procter & Gamble. These big companies, Johnson & Johnson, these are plantation owners. Same folks that used to own our people now make money making infections and all to kill us, and we have to pay them. Now we're sharecropping, paying prescriptions. I'm tempted to give you one more, but I almost want to redo this, but I'll just do a long ass one. I don't really care. This is stuff, by the way, this didn't play in America. They did not let people see this stuff. This was hidden from Americans. The same thing with Depo. You try to tell people stuff, and you just don't get a chance. People like Rollover Martin, that big bloated Betty Boop looking nigger. These folks who have these platforms, they should be telling people, educating people. CVS is absolutely against you getting what's this thing? Let's have this conversation. Hydroxychloroquine works. I've been using hydroxychloroquine since April. If you're taking hydroxychloroquine, zinc, elderberry, and D3, selenium, vitamin C, if you're vitamin up, and what's this stuff? Acetylcysteine, which is good amino acid, you'll be all right. Depo-Provera doesn't only make your hair fall out, it causes heart attack, stroke, diabetes, osteoporosis, sterility, suicidal ideation, sudden infant death, breast cancer. Depo-Provera is a genocide drug. However, hey, again, black ladies, I'm going to keep punching y'all in the head. It's black feminist assholes who will not tell black women that Depo-Provera is the most dangerous cancer-causing contraceptive in the world. Black women, in fact, Maxine Waters, Karen Bass, I'm calling them bitches. They know. All the black women getting breast cancer, getting messed up behind Depo. All of the powerful black women that get Emily's List money, no. They will not tell you. They'll let you die. When I tried to lobby for the Rebecca Project for black women's rights, if these people even heard you said anything about Depo, I saw a nigger from the Legal Defense and Education Fund. When I asked, could I give literature, that person ran. I can't even be seen speaking to you. No one will talk about it. Black women are going to have a revolution against their bitch ass, traitor ass, pork chop feminist female leaders. They're letting you be killed and experimented on. And I know what it's like to mention something to someone about it. And I was told I hated women. And why are you messing with women's choices? Mind your business. I says, wouldn't it be my business if I didn't want black women to get breast cancer? Well, you're against birth control. I says, I'm not against birth control pills. I'm against something that's cancer causing. Well, can you prove it? I says, it has a black box warning. May I show you? But the coon ass nigga says, no. A whole lot of black folks, if a bunch of black people die, I don't give a damn a part of me, because they won't let you show them. They don't want to hear, and they're addicted to their stupidity. I'll tell you something. Be addicted to being dumb. You'll pay for it. Be addicted to being dumb. Now, let me see. I want to take 1 second to do something. 1 second to do something. Okay, talk to me. What's going on with y'all? What's going on with the people? What's going on with the people? I want to show you another short video. And as much as y'all seem to not want to go to bed, I'll show you another one. About the same period of time, we were trying to get people to pay attention to them targeting black women for destruction. I got told, mind your business. Black men need to mind their business. Let black women make their own choices. That's as if someone knew that they were something was pushing cancer on them. Isn't it considerate to say, hey, look, sister, there may be something else you could take? I was told no. I just want to tell you, I'm just saying to you, that's how bad pork chop feminists are. I had a doctor tell me they knew Depo was bad, but black women were such whores. They were better off getting cancer using Depo and not making babies. Yep. Professional black woman, you know the type, asshole full of themselves. No recognition that maybe you got that slot in medical school because a black male who's equal to you wouldn't get looked at because he's male. We got a lot of narcissistic, parasuicidal, sociopathic broads who think they got a degree or two that makes them perfect, you know? By the way, there's an epidemic of suicide among professional black women. A lot of them are killing themselves. Lonely. I mean, hell, your degree can't make you come. Neither can your salary. Okay. Yeah, I was told this. And by the way, Depo is pushed on black women. It seemed because black women are hard-headed and they won't use their medication properly. So black women need something. They need a punishment contraceptive. Something to make their asses do what they're supposed to do. This is what Planned Parenthood and other people do. Mm-hmm. And nobody, God, I'm just a black male. I'm the enemy to my sisters. I couldn't possibly care. I couldn't possibly not want my sisters to be poisoned. All black men are bad. All black men ain't shit. All black women are angels. This is some stupid shit, and a lot of you sisters believe it. I'm sorry. I just can't be nice and respectful. Y'all dumb. I mean, some women are good. Some men are good. Some men are evil. Some men are bad. Some women are evil and bad. There are a whole lot of professional black women, a lot of them in the boule. They have let y'all down. They're letting y'all get killed. And they think it's funny. I had some women in Delta Sigma Theta tell me they had perfected Depo-Provera. Well, stupid ass lady. Her hair was falling out from all the little harsh ass chemicals she uses to style her hair. It's nothing more dumb than someone with their hair falling out because they putting on these dangerous chemicals trying to tell you something. Hell, if you want to impress me, have a head of hair. Where'd your hair go? Why are you putting Chinese industrial waste on your head and you want to tell me how I can change? Shit. Yes, I'm being harsh. I don't want to be polite. I want to be disrespectful.
For several years, the Israeli government was forcibly administering birth control to a segment of its minority population, with doctors injecting Ethiopian Jewish women against their will with a contraceptive, Depo-Provera. But it wasn't until this January that a government official finally acknowledged it. One investigative journalist who interviewed 35 Ethiopian immigrants found that they were being intimidated and threatened into taking the shots, while being told that they were merely inoculations. But many speculate it was all part of a deliberate attempt to restrict an expanding minority in the country. You see, over the last 2 decades, Israel has experienced a significant influx of Ethiopian immigrants. They're now being close to 130,000 living in the country. And while the government has finally put an end to this inhumane, insane population control tactic, the story has shed a light on a dangerous contraceptive that's now being pushed and administered on women of color all over the world, including right here in the U.S. So here to talk about the use of Depo-Provera and how this is targeting minority populations in both here and abroad, I'm joined now by Randy Short, President and National Spokesperson for the Anti-Depo-Provera Clergy Coalition. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
So Israel allegedly put this to an end. Can you talk about what you know about the health effects, though? Because obviously women were being administered this for years without knowing about them.
Well, the drug was first patented in 1959. By the middle 60s, there were a lot of unethical experimentations done, in particular the Grady Clinic study in Georgia on poor black and poor white women. God knows how many people died. This drug did not get approved until 1993-94, but during that time that was used on women all over. The effects of it are serious: excessive bleeding, osteoporosis, breast cancer, cervical cancer, heart attack, stroke, ectopic pregnancies, excessive weight gain, which can lead to type 1 or 2 diabetes, short or long-term infertility, maternal death. It strips the epithelium, the inner part of the woman's womb, making her more susceptible to all STIs and STDs. Therefore, doubling the chances of getting HIV, AIDS, chlamydia, HPV, gonorrhea, or syphilis. And there are other things that bothers the mental health. One of the things that's come to us, that the group that I work with, the Rebecca Project, is that many women are telling us that they've had mental problems. The FDA in 2004 was so concerned about the dangerous nature of Depo-Provera that they issued a black box warning, which is the most serious warning that can be issued by the FDA about how dangerous this drug is.
And despite this warning, this black box warning, it's still being administered under multiple agencies to multiple countries around the world.
Yes.
Who is administering it? Why? And where?
Well, it's being used primarily in non-white countries. So Muslim countries, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Burma, possibly on the Myanmar minority, all over Africa, Central America and Latin America. And of course, the United States, depending on whose information you look at, it's disproportionately used on African-American women. Who's doing it? Planned Parenthood is one of the big purveyors of it. In addition to that, you have the Population Council, you have the International Federation of Planned Parenthood, you have a lot of persons and groups that have a Malthusian view that there are too many people, and therefore they want to reduce the population. They know this drug is deadly, it's cheap, and it makes huge profits for the parent maker, which is Pfizer.
And USAID is also one of the agencies as well.
For 47 years, it's been an unofficial policy of the USAID Office on Population to use or to send abroad dangerous, unsafe, untested, or unapproved drugs.
And you said that this is being obviously disproportionately affecting minority populations.
Yes.
If they know that it's deadly, why would they be administering it to minority populations? I mean, what is really this all about here?
There are too many non-white people. If you look at a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ravenholt, who was head of the USAID Office on Population from about 1966 until 1979, he was able to first convince President Johnson that it was in the national and commercial interest of the United States that 1/4 of the women in the developing world be sterilized. So there's some sense that if there are too many black or brown people, that somehow their needs will conflict with the capitalistic, imperialistic aims of the United States and its allies.
And there's been multiple lawsuits against Pfizer for the detrimental health effects from this drug, but they seem to be getting away with it and seem to keep, direct-to-consumer advertising. Well, how are they doing this?
Well, they're making a lot of money. The U.S. Department of Justice has sued them in the last 10 years and fined them about $6 billion. But if you're making billions and billions, it's the price of doing business. But you have to understand, the people that are being steered towards this drug are poor. They lack education and legal representation, and they're being tricked, so they don't know. Now, you have to understand, Pfizer lost in Canada. They've lost in Europe. But they go to countries where they can't be sued. You can't sue from Nigeria here. You can't sue from Mozambique here. So you can go to countries where you either have a corrupt government structure or they're coerced, or should I say they've constructively manipulated into having this drug as part of their international foreign aid. Do you see what I'm saying? So the women are become just chess pieces in a Malthusian eugenics game.
And so you think this goes beyond just a corporation making as much money as it can, pushing it on as many people as it can. You think it actually goes down to this is a modern day form of eugenics.
And genocide, yes.
And it's happening here in the U.S. as well.
Yes, it is.
Well, that's very shocking, and we'll definitely follow up with the story. Very disturbing. Thank you so much for coming on.
Right.
Thank you for your time. Randy Short, President, National Spokesperson.
And I'm with the Rebecca Project on Human Rights.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. All right. Okay. By the way, the Congressional Black Caucus, none of them.
Tonight on the Black Channel,
None of them.
we discuss what happens
None of them will denounce Pfizer. And by the way, Pfizer is making the vaccine that's going to kill a huge number of black people. Isn't that special? What difference does it make, really, I guess? Depo-Provera is very deadly. It is so deadly, it's not used in many countries. However, black women, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn professional black women. Margaret Sanger she should have been a pimp. She's bamboozled the fuck out of black women for decades. And so they've attached taking this deadly drug to their freedom, to their right. And Barack Obama, who many of you love, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton compelled all the sub-Saharan African countries to make Depo-Provera the contraceptive drug of choice for their family planning. What many of you don't know, in Kenya and Zimbabwe and in South Africa, when they had white minority governments, they used Depo to sterilize and mess up the black women. A lot of black women have been sterilized by Depo. Depo causes suicidal ideation. They tested Depo from the late 50s all the way into the 60s. And women committed suicide. I don't know how many died. Lots of black women killed themselves taking Depo. Well, you know, that's amazingly shocking. The only black congresswoman out of the dozens and dozens of black congresswomen that was truly willing to try to figure out how to help black women was Ava Clayton from North Carolina. She got stabbed in the back by that punk-ass Congressman Adolphus Towns. So there are lots of black women with breast cancer, osteoporosis. They're having heart attacks, strokes, sudden death. They're dying. In Africa, wherever you have high rates of AIDS, Depo-Provera is the contraceptive drug of choice. When the whites were really dogging the blacks in South Africa, the drug that they liked was Depo. In Rhodesia, now called Zimbabwe, Depo. Everybody was using that to mess up black women. They're using Depo-Provera to kill off the black people in West Papua. The Asian Malays are killing off the black Melanesians. The New Zealand whites have used Depo on the Maori, the black or brown people there. In Australia, they've used Depo to prevent the number of Aboriginal blacks from growing. And not a fucking peep from educated, smart-ass, fat-mouthed black women who know it all. Fucking know it all black women. Not a damn peep. There's no way to speak kindly or nicely of such people. So they would destroy the fertility of all these black women. Right here in D.C., they give these girls Depo at 10 and 11 years old illegally. Sometimes black nurses. Black women sterilizing black women. I'm doing her a favor. If black men were doing it, we could get y'all to bitch and carp about it and whine and collectively blame all black men. But when black women fuck up as a collective, it's nobody's fault. Somebody's got it. Somebody's got ladies. Where are the women that think like me, that want to go in and kick the ass of the CBC? Where are the people? Where, in the words of Jennifer Hudson, where y'all at, ladies? This is happening on Black Women's Watch. If you ever noticed the media and magazines always praise black women, they're laughing at you. They're sterilizing you, destroying you, all this stuff while telling you how great you are. And with this whole gender thing, a man can't say anything. Remember, no, it's like going to people, can I talk to you? Well, find a woman to come and repeat what you were going to say. You saying it as a man, I can't trust that you care. Little nasty ass pork chop feminist asshole woman. Like I don't care because I don't have a pussy. She had a pussy and she didn't care. So how would she be able to generalize on me? No, there's no fucking black girl magic. In fact, we shouldn't want magic. We should want righteousness. We should want black girl holiness, black girl purity, black girl virtue. Magic? Magic isn't of God. You mean divination? Black girl Satanism? What about black girl holiness? Black girl righteousness? Black girl goodness? I wish there was some magic. We need to get out of magic. Negroes are lazy. I could settle for some effectiveness. So, y'all want me to put one more film up here? I'm trying to get people to think, and I'm willing to shoot. It's not like I'm trying to date everybody, so I don't have to worry about what people think. Okay. Oh, please. So, I want y'all to hear me. And there was one more thing on germ warfare I thought was worth seeing. It shows how they made a VD for rabbits. I believe that they in fact, there's a book that I have. They showed something. This lesbian woman. Yes, I mean, I'm going to tell you who people are. This lesbian woman that this book is about, Dr. Mary's monkey. These people used the first polio vaccines that killed a bunch of people, and they recognized what they had done that caused the deaths of people from the polio vaccines. What's up, selfish? And they used the viruses that they got from monkeys and other things to make biological weapons to kill people. Oh, yes, they did. And that's what came out of this whole effort. And so, yes, hold on. Y'all need, if y'all keep coming on here, I'm going to give y'all ass another film. I really liked this thing I was looking at. It was just blowing my mind about how they made this biological weapon to jack up people. And I'm thinking I may as well just get that and share it with you. And yes, my cat is acting all needy. You must think you're a white woman. Yeah, they always need attention. AIDS didn't come from monkeys, but the viruses that the monkeys had, they were able to weaponize and spread to people. They learned this from, they're not going to talk about it because if it ever came out, people would be so upset. Let me see if Mary's Monkeys is on here. Dr. Mary's Monkeys. It's a very interesting book because some very racist people, they tested cancers, spreading cancers on black prisoners that they got from other animals and killing them. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And I need to tell you, I suspected my great uncle. Oh wow, this is 9 hours. We don't want a 9 hours. Oh, here we go. Wow. Mm. I was thinking to share this because they talk about how this woman learned about these viruses and they had to bump her off. They had to bump her ass off. Dr. Mary Sherman is her name. And they will tell you they don't know how she died. But they bumped this woman off, who's the first person, one of the first people to find out that you could get viruses to go from people to humans. And then other people who were racist that worked with her began to work on these viruses that they got from the monkeys, from the blood and the other things, the vaccines they use for polio. And then they put it on our people. And it's really that simple. There is a guy, this is a worthwhile book. Dr. Mary's Monkey. And I may come back and visit some of these. What I should do is I'm going to go with this bio thing that's shorter. And yes, we could do, shoot, if y'all don't want to take your asses to bed, I'm going to eventually make y'all fall asleep. Let me see. Everybody's ass is all locked up because of COVID. Let me see. Where is this thing? Oh, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. I gotta go down some. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna pull this up for you. And you will find this thing quite interesting. They may have pulled it off of my YouTube. Oh my God. If they pulled it off of my Twitter, I would be so surprised. No, that's not it. Hold on 1 second, folks. I was looking for, I know what to do. I'm going to put the biowarfare. I was checking this thing out, and this was blowing my mind when it put the pieces together. Biowarfare. Oh, I know what to do. It's in my Oh, 1 second. Oh, here it is. I found it. Y'all want me to blow this up for y'all? You have to see this. Okay. Let me hook this back up. I'm going to keep, I'm wondering if I can, this is called Israel and Biological Warfare. I don't even want to do the whole thing. I may just stay with you and watch this one.
You know, best defense.
I'm trying to.
At the microscopic level.
Hell, we were very much interested in developing the best damn things we could. And the hell, you know, best defense is a good offense, right?
I was absolutely convinced that the United States and some Western countries were involved in same work.
People were thinking about how genetic engineering may be used for hostile purposes. You could engineer microbes so that in fact you could make them lastier or persist longer in the environment, and so you could theoretically develop better biological weapons.
But wonderful weapons these are. They won't destroy any property. They'll just kill everybody.
Once unleashed, germ warfare would never be contained. The biological arms race began in secret at the height of World War II. In 1942, Japanese bombers dropped plague-ridden fleas on Chinese villages, killing thousands. That same year in Britain, Winston Churchill ordered British defense scientists to develop anthrax bombs to drop on Germany. This recently declassified film shows for the first time the devastating potential of the British trials.
Sheep were used for the trials because they're particularly sensitive to inhaled anthrax. The bomb is fired, and the wind carries the cloud towards the line of animals and impingers.
The tests showed that anthrax was a more deadly weapon than ever imagined. Churchill placed an urgent order for 1 million anthrax bomblets. But before they could be produced, World War II came to an end. Now the world was on the brink of a new kind of war. As the Cold War between East and West divided the world, the superpowers launched the biggest arms race in history. Fear of nuclear attack reached into homes and classrooms.
Sometimes the bomb might explode without any warning. We must be ready every day, all the time, to do the right thing if the atomic bomb explodes. Dr. Courage.
As fears intensified, scientists were secretly recruited to develop another type of weapon.
It was shortly before noon when I arrived at Washington Airport. It had been a quick trip. Now here I was, ready for the Chemical Corps assignment I had been called down to Washington for.
Bill Patrick was one of the microbiologists handpicked for the germ warfare effort.
We foresaw the problem of the Soviet Union having biological warfare, and we also had a very large country called Red China. And we had these two very large communist countries. And at that time, the Soviet Union and China were allied. And so we felt that it was necessary that the United States undertake a very aggressive program to develop biological warfare.
I knew very little about the assignment, except that it was top secret. Of course, I was aware the Army Chemical Corps works closely with scientists in the industrial and academic world.
Until you joined the program, you didn't know what was going on. But after I got my clearance and started to read the reports that were available to me at the time, it was fascinating work, really fascinating work. A lot of good research was being done on some very fastidious, very infectious diseases. Diseases that you couldn't necessarily work with safely in the university laboratory.
Not very far from Edgewood, in historic Frederick, Maryland, are the biological warfare laboratories.
As head of product development at Fort Detrick, Bill Patrick oversaw the rapid growth of germ warfare technology. Dozens of biological agents were identified, cultured, purified, and stabilized. Patrick's breakthrough was the freeze-drying of deadly pathogens so they would spread more easily.
This is a simulant that has all the physical properties of weaponized grade anthrax. Notice it has beautiful flow characteristics. It's composed of about 2.5 to 3 microns mass medium diameter and is electrostatic free. And these are all the properties you need in a biological weapon grade material. Fort Detrick was research and development. The second component was the facility to test these organisms, and we went out to Dugway Proving Ground for that. Dugway Proving Ground being in the middle of nowhere, we were able to test a limited number of the pathogens out there.
Here, the chemical corps holds field trials to determine the effectiveness of CBR munitions.
The bioweapons program moved into top gear. Here in the Utah desert, deadly bacteria were tested as Cold War tensions heightened.
During 0 hour at a B-29 base near Korea, the crews make last-minute equipment adjustments before climbing into their aerial superfortresses for what proves to be the first saturation bombing assault of the Korean campaign. Bombs away!
In 1950, the eruption of superpower hostilities on the Korean peninsula brought the secret of germ warfare into the open. The communists accused the US of dropping biological bombs on North Korea.
Американцы не остановились перед таким чудовищным злодеянием, как применение бактериологического оружия. Их союзниками стали бациллы тифа, чумы, холеры. Они сбрасывают на корейскую землю зараженные ракушки, отравленную рыбу, пылительный труп, бумагу. Но и бактериологическое оружие не принесло агрессорам желанной победы.
These startling accusations were never proven, but they had an unintended effect.
The United States government expanded its program on biological warfare as a result of these charges.
At Fort Detrick, biowarfare research moved from animal to human guinea pigs. Experiments were conducted on pacifists and conscientious objectors as an alternative to military service.
The volunteers were a picked group. They had received psychiatric interviews to determine their maturity and reliability, as well as mental outlook.
Here come the volunteers. These are the volunteers from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Each volunteer always has a person with him, and he can quit at any point in this procedure. This is a person that's being exposed to Q fever, and this is his buddy. The buddy system is being used, and he's now exposed to the interior of that DW test facility. The organism is being sprayed. And of course, after the event, you get a typical Coxiella burnetii or Q fever infection as demonstrated by fever.
As was expected, the volunteers were temporarily incapacitated, but within a short time they were up and around, completely recovered. They had the satisfaction of having played an important part in obtaining information to bolster our defenses against disease.
The experiments with the Seventh-day Adventist with Coxiella burnetii provided information that had never been gained before, and that is, for the first time, we were able to quantify the number of organisms required to infect by the aerosol route. This was a very, very important finding.
We take you now to a playground in the midst of teeming Metropolis City. A boy has just cut his teeth. And a swift, sneaky squadron of slimy, swarthy germs moves in to attack. But mighty vaccine, sworn enemy of the germ world, comes to the rescue.
During the 1950s, germ warfare was being fought on many fronts. Antibiotics were being mass-produced to combat deadly infections caused by bacteria. But these same life-saving drugs also threatened the effectiveness of America's bacterial weapons arsenal. The scientists at Fort Detrick needed an alternative weapon. The answer would come from an unlikely source.
Public enemy number one.
Today, as the rabbit menace reaches an all-time high, national leaders, farmers, graziers, and local authorities are fighting a vital battle.
To combat the rabbit plague, Australian scientists had turned to viruses. Their new weapon, a pox virus, myxomatosis. It was an extraordinary success, wiping out 90% of the rabbit population. It provided scientists with an experiment in the mass extermination of mammals.
As a matter of fact, it was a biological warfare, that was done against rabbits.
A badly infected rabbit and one close to death from myxomatosis. The symptoms are very easily recognized. First, there are pronounced lumps at the base of the ears, and general deafness is a characteristic of the disease.
Overseeing Australia's myxomatosis research was immunologist Macfarlane Burnett. His pioneering work would lead US biowarfare scientists to a critical breakthrough. In creating a flu vaccine, Burnett had developed a method to mass-produce viruses by incubating them inside eggs. He demonstrated the technique to scientists around the world. Bill Patrick adopted it to produce viruses on an industrial scale.
You can see that we modified his technique somewhat, simplified it in order to increase the number of eggs that we could inoculate per hour. Using the modified technique of Dr. Burnett, 2 people inoculating embryo chicken eggs could inoculate 6,700 inoculated eggs per hour.
Production of biological agents for weapons skyrocketed from pounds to tons. Next, they had to test them. In an experiment to see how susceptible a large population would be to biological attack, scientists released supposedly harmless bacteria used to simulate biological agents over American cities.
One of the early tests that we did was at San Francisco. We sprayed Bacillus subtilis from a naval vessel and had the wind move that aerosol across the downtown San Francisco. It showed quite dramatically how vulnerable we were to biological warfare.
Years later, these tests would be implicated in several mystery illnesses and one death. The US government denied the accusations. But the greater danger of the bioweapons research was to the scientists themselves.
We had 456 infections at Dietrich from 1943 to 1969, which required hospitalization. We had 3 deaths, 2 anthrax and 1 Bolivian hemorrhagic fever.
Meanwhile, the Soviet Union was taking defensive measures of its own against a biological attack from America.
Вражеские самолеты со смертоносным грузом нанесли удар по районам сосредоточения мотострелкового и танкового полков.
Нужно следить за направлением, скоростью перемещения ядовитого облака на улицах города.
Лицо гипермировано цианотипом, кашель с кровавой мокротой. Предположительный диагноз – легочная чума.
Behind the scenes, the Soviets' own biological weapons development accelerated. They recruited the best and brightest military physicians to this secret program. One of those selected was Kanachan Alebekov.
I was told somebody wanted to see me. And he asked me whether or not I wanted to be a scientist. You know, you can imagine, of course, for a young military student to be a physician and to be a scientist at the same time, of course, it's something great. And of course I said yes.
Суток с момента налета вражеской авиации. Какие же бактериальные средства применил противник? В лаборатории армейского санитарно-противоэпидемического отряда ищут ответ. По расширенной схеме исследований производится индикация бактериологического оружия.
Being a young student, if somebody says there is some very important work, and this work is classified work, its work is to protect our country, of course it becomes even more attractive. You have a desire to do science, but at the same time you feel very uncomfortable because you're a physician and you shouldn't do this work. But they told us about the United States biological weapons program, how the United States was developing biological weapons to kill our people and so on and so forth. You know, everything was put such a way that everything we do is to protect our country, protect our parents, our families, our children. To make you more comfortable that you do something which you shouldn't do.
Soviet fears and patriotic zeal appeared justified when an American U-2 spy plane was shot down over Russia.
Самолет американского пирата — наши меткие ракетчики. Понадобилась только одна ракета. Одна, но точная.
But earlier U.S. spy missions had secured evidence of a large-scale Soviet biological warfare program.
The U-2 had taken pictures of an area around the Aral Sea that indicated grid work exactly like what we had at Dubway Proving Ground. So this was the first evidence that we had that the Soviet Union had a BW program and were using agents for test purposes.
The American military prepared for the imminent possibility of biological warfare.
Germs will attack you through your nose, mouth, eyes, and skin. Your protective clothing and equipment will help you block off the attacking germs. Shut off all open gaps, like tucking your pants into your boots. And remember, your vaccinations and shots and plenty of soap and water. Yes, personal cleanliness pays off when fighting biological warfare.
It was during the 1960s that we proved beyond any shadow of a doubt the feasibility of biological warfare. There was an explosion of information regarding how you produce, how you concentrate, how you purify, how you retain the necessary properties of a BW agent. We were also doing the same thing on the munition side. A much more efficient series of bomblets were being prepared and developed. And we were looking at delivery systems through not only through high-performance aircraft, but we were also looking at missile delivery.
As the superpowers brought the world to the brink of annihilation, the bioweapons program was about to unravel. Britain had called a halt to biological weapons production in 1956, but defensive research went on. Their biowarfare facility at Porton Down was singled out by peace protesters. In the US, the target was Fort Detrick.
Before the gates of Fort Detrick, groups of Quaker and non-Quaker pacifists meditated silently in a vigil of protest against any preparation for germ warfare.
As we entered the gates of Detrick, they would simply turn their backs on us. So that was a very effective protest. No violent demonstrations, just very silent vigil of people standing by the gates as we went into the Detrick complex. we all felt very ambivalent about this. Here we are, patriotic Americans, risking life and limb in some of these laboratories, and yet we had some of our fellow citizens protesting against the work that we were doing.
Bill Patrick also had a powerful scientific opponent at Harvard University, outspoken biochemist Matthew Meselson. His campaign against biowarfare research was supported by 5,000 scientists.
The thing at Fort Detrick that I think really got me stuck on this thing is I was escorted throughout Fort Detrick. I had very high security clearances by a very nice man named Leroy Fothergill. And I asked Leroy, why are we doing this? What is the mission that it would accomplish? And he said, well, it'll save money because biological weapons are a lot cheaper than nuclear weapons. And I thought about that and I thought, wait, this is crazy. The United States doesn't have a need to create strategic weapons that everybody can afford. It would be in our interest to keep war so expensive that nobody could afford it but us.
By 1968, popular opinion had turned against America's involvement in the Vietnam War. With the Nixon administration under siege for its bombing campaign, Messelson's argument gave the president a way to appease his critics.
I have decided that the United States of America will renounce the use of any form of deadly biological weapons that either kill or incapacitate. Mankind already carries in its own hands too many of the seeds of its own destruction.
I thought he was making a mistake regarding the canceling out the program of biological warfare. But that comes back to Dr. Matthew Meselson was on that Blue Ribbon panel that was anointed by President Nixon in 1968, and Dr. Meselson was very instrumental, I think, in bringing about the cessation of biological warfare program.
You have only to ask yourself, if the United States still had, and had all these years in between, a vigorous offensive biological weapons program, how could we campaign against biological weapons in the world? What other countries would have imitated us? What kind of position would our security be in? If the United States maintained an offensive biological weapons program, everybody else would be entitled to do that. We would have no way of combating the proliferation of these things.
We were absolutely powerless. The Army, when we started getting heat about the program, did not come to our defense. And we were literally dangled before the public without any of us having the opportunity to counteract some of the arguments that were being made.
Nixon visited Fort Detrick to break the news in person.
When Nixon came into Detrick, he landed on the parade ground at Detrick. When he made his famous speech, I was probably 20 feet away from him.
Up until 2 years ago, this facility was one of the most highly classified, top secret facilities in the whole United States. In November of 1969, I made a decision that the United States would take the leadership in discontinuing research and the development of weapons for biological warfare. And as a result of that decision, this facility, therefore, no longer could be used.
We didn't realize that we were sooner, in the next 2 years, we were all going to either be fired or we would lose our job, some sooner than others.
Bill Patrick could only watch as biological stockpiles built up over decades were eliminated.
It was very discouraging to see all of our seed stocks destroyed, all of our products destroyed. Those were rough days. I felt that losing the program was bad for the country. That if you know the details of biological warfare and the effectiveness of this weapon system, you just can't drop it. It's just too damn good.
В Москве состоялось подписание конвенции, которая предусматривает...
Nixon's declaration paved the way for a global ban on biological weapons, signed by the superpowers in 1972. But the Soviets would claim the credit.
Председатель Президиума Верховного Совета СССР Николай Викторович Подгорный подчеркнул, что большую роль в подготовке этого документа, который встретил широкую поддержку со стороны мировой общественности,
At the same time as the Soviet government was congratulating itself on its public peace initiative, military leaders were continuing their bioweapons buildup in secret.
We were clearly told that you need to keep in mind that there is a treaty signed by many countries not to research, not to develop biological weapons, not to manufacture biological weapons. But this treaty is being disobeyed by many countries, including the United States. And we have no choice, and we need to do this work as our response to the United States or to the Western offensive biological weapons programs.
Видны ярко светящиеся микроорганизмы. В настоящий момент в поле зрения люминесцентного микроскопа видны светящиеся бактерии чумы.
As the Soviets' bioweapons research continued, the United States was also reluctant to relinquish all their weapons. In a defiant breach of the treaty, the CIA was caught with stocks of deadly toxins.
Why, in a matter of this kind, was no written order given to destroy these stocks in compliance with the President's directive? I don't know. No effort was made to obtain an accounting. No check was made to see whether or not the material had in fact been destroyed. Apparently not.
Colby said that the agency developed sophisticated weapons to administer the deadly poison. He showed the senators a special dart gun that could be used to fire the toxin. Colby insisted that the poison had never been used to kill anyone, but he conceded there was enough toxin to kill hundreds of thousands of people.
Suspicion on both sides was running at an all-time high when rumors of a major germ accident reached Western intelligence. In a remote Russian village, anthrax had killed 67 people. Despite the existence of a large weapons facility at the nearby industrial city of Sverdlovsk, the Kremlin insisted that the deaths were a result of people eating contaminated meat. At the time, this explanation was accepted by some scientists in the West.
The Soviet explanation was plausible. We were deeply suspicious because we knew there was a biological facility there. But on the other hand, this was also an area that had been endemic for anthrax in animals.
To others, the scale of the outbreak suggested a massive leak of airborne anthrax spores.
All of us from the old program believed that it was caused by a release of a dry powder in some form or the other. And we had no more information than that. But I remember Tom Michelle and I talking one day and saying, hell, it had to be a dry powder release, probably of some magnitude.
Inside the Soviet Union, Kenachan Alebekov was told the real story over drinks with a government official.
Have you heard anything about Sverdlovsk? I said, no, nothing. These stupid people, they killed so many civilians because they were not able to contain anthrax at that facility.
Unknown to the West, Sverdlovsk was only one of many secret bioweapons plants. The largest was at Stepnogorsk, deep in Kazakhstan. Alebekov was sent here to develop an even more powerful strain of anthrax and to produce it in industrial quantities.
If you ask me at that time, how did I feel that it would be anthrax in industrial scale? Unfortunately, I cannot say it was disturbing to me. Because at that time, everything, I would say, I became a kind of convinced that the work I'm doing is very important. But the work I'm doing is absolutely necessary for my country.
Alibekov was fast becoming one of the leading lights in biopreparat, the massive network of biological labs employing thousands of scientists. His new strain of anthrax was one of many pathogens being produced by the ton. But all of this would be eclipsed by a revolution in genetics. In the 80s, splicing of DNA had given scientists unprecedented power to manipulate microbes, opening the door to medical breakthroughs. But also, for the first time, new, deadly organisms could be artificially engineered.
The idea was to insert small pieces of DNA into the viral genome and make the virus more virulent or more dangerous, or make virus to acquire new unusual properties like the capacity to destroy the nervous system.
Sergei Popov and his wife Tasia worked at Vector, the nerve center of biopreparat, deep in a Siberian pine forest. This facility employed some 5,000 scientists, all dedicated to virus research and to developing a new generation of biological weapons. Quarantined in sealed buildings, they worked on live pathogens for weeks at a time, genetically engineering these new superviruses.
In order to get involved in this kind of research, it did not take much. So if the person had been selected to get knowledge about the true purpose of the program, the person signed some papers, and finally the person realized that he or she got already involved in all of this. These steps could be very small, and gradually people found themselves involved in the very depth of biological weapons research in very secret programs.
While Popov was engineering new viruses for the Soviets, scientists on the outside were about to announce the conquest of an age-old disease. Smallpox, the lethal virus that had claimed 40 million lives worldwide, had finally been wiped out in 1981.
The final triumph came 2 years ago today, when the last case of smallpox was discovered in the port town of Merka in Somalia.
But the victory over smallpox meant the suspension of global vaccination programs. Future generations would be defenseless against the disease. To the Soviets, this signaled an unprecedented biowarfare opportunity.
Another hand of the government was signing a paper to restart this work, to develop a new type of smallpox biological weapon, to develop new industrial processes to manufacture smallpox biological weapon. And actually this work started in early 80s.
At Vector, Popov and his team were genetically creating the new strain of smallpox.
Technically, there was no difficulty in making smallpox almost 100% lethal. In contrast to 30% virulence of wild-type smallpox. So it would be an ultimate weapon much more dangerous than anybody could imagine, because even if some of the infected people recover from the first wave of disease, they would almost inevitably die in the second wave of neurological symptoms, paralysis and death. So it was a very scary weapon.
Popov was developing this weapon for his boss, Kenetchan Alibekov, now Deputy Director of the Biopreparat War Machine.
In late 80s, Biopreparat had about 32,000 people. You can imagine, of course, you've got responsibility to oversee about, not about, even more than 300 scientific projects. 300 projects, many of them are strictly biological weapons projects.
But by 1989, Alibekov and the secret Soviet program were about to be brought down from the inside.
Good evening. A former Soviet scientist who helped develop bacteria that could wipe out half the city's population breaks his silence for the first time tonight.
The man on his way to buy a newspaper in London exposed one of the deadliest secrets of the Cold War, a plan to develop weapons which could destroy humanity, forbidden research hidden by the Kremlin from the outside world.
Vladimir Pasechnik was a biophysicist working on the plague project headed by Kanatjan Alibekov.
And one day, it was maybe May of 1989, I got a call from Dr. Pasechnik, and he said, somebody's going to call, would you let me go to France? I said, why not? And because I knew he was trying to develop collaboration with some French company to develop new bioreactor for cultivation.
Finally, I came to the conclusion that one possible way to stop the program will be bring the news about it to the Western side.
This information level was so high that it should have been reported to the president of the Soviet Union, actually to Mikhail Gorbachev. And of course, before reporting, there was a discussion who is guilty. And our minister decided that I would be an scapegoat for this, because nobody wants to be an scapegoat.
The first Western scientist to hear Pasechnik's story was Portendown microbiologist Dr. David Kelly.
I was brought in to debrief because I was not part of the intelligence community. I was not influenced by the information that had been gathered, and I went in entirely to do a technical debrief of Pasechnik. And we were essentially one-to-one. I had one person with me, and we spent the whole day discussing his institute, and I ran through all the research programs within his institute, and it became quite obvious that the nature of the work being undertaken was work in support of an offensive biological weapons program. What impressed me was the amount of effort that went into it, and what he was saying about the program, that it was a vast program and a substantial program. I think that's what really impressed me. My day with Pasechnik changed my life completely, because I went from being the head of a scientific division, and that essentially was my function, to being someone who was deeply involved in the elucidation of the Soviet and the Iraqi biological weapons program.
Kelly's report on Pasechnik's revelations would have repercussions at the highest level.
On the 8th of June 1990, Margaret Thatcher travelled across Moscow for a meeting with Mikhail Gorbachev. She asked him, was he hiding secret research to develop weapons of mass destruction? We understand Mr. Gorbachev replied, the Soviet Union has no program for developing biological or toxin weapons. He repeated an earlier promise to look into the matter.
And that in turn led to the series of visits that were made to Soviet facilities, because he denied it and said, well, because we don't have a program, he was quite happy for scientists to come and see for themselves that there was nothing untoward going on at those facilities.
A year later, Kelly led an international team on the first search of suspected Soviet biological weapons sites.
So those are the sorts of suits that we used in Russia, quite different to those that would be used in the West. You had to operate in that area, which was actually quite different to working in an American high containment facility. There you have valves which enables you to connect the umbilical cord, the air cord between the suit and the air supply system. In Russia, it was an ordinary tap, and you took the hose off, and you bent the hose over and held it with your thumb until you went to the next one. Quite a different experience. And coming out of the facility, of course, you have to change out your suit, you have to shower, and you have to come out, and so it is somewhat disarming to be there naked with your host as you're coming out. It is a very strange experience indeed. Very odd to be thousands of miles from home, alone in a facility in this sort of situation.
I wanted them to find something. But at the same time, being in charge, of course, it was my responsibility just to not to let them find something. It was quite an interesting situation.
Dr. Alibek was, and I knew him as Ali Bekov when we first met him in the Soviet Union. He was actually quite an impressive individual. Wherever we went, he knew what was going in those laboratories, or appeared to know what was going in those laboratories, and often took the lead in providing explanation, trying to prevent the people who were actually working in that laboratory from providing their own explanations.
They came to visit our facilities, and they say, no, it's black. So we say, no, it's white. They say, no, it's explosive chamber. No, we say, no, it's a chamber to test biopesticides. They say, no, it's again, it's whatever you say, you can find a counter-argument.
I think our biggest surprise was the inadvertent acknowledgement that they worked with smallpox. We went through these laboratories, which are not particularly high containment laboratories, and we talked to some of the junior technicians, and I happened to ask one of those technicians, did they work with smallpox? And he responded, yes. And I was astounded. First of all, I didn't expect it to be there, and I certainly wouldn't have expected them to work in the quality of laboratory that this work was being done. And so I had with me a British interpreter who was an excellent Russian interpreter, so I got to ask the question 3 times to make sure there was no misunderstanding. Instead of using the word smallpox, I used its Latin binomial, variable and major, and he confirmed that that indeed was the case. We then went on in that very same building to look at the dynamic aerosol chamber, where they acknowledged that they did aerosol evaluation of monkeypox, not of smallpox, and they acknowledged that to be the case. And I think that was the most tense period in the whole inspection, discussing with the person responsible for that aerosol chamber the nature of the work that they were doing.
They would tell you how much they found. Chambers and just some specific engineering systems, how rude these people were trying to hide everything, no cooperation and so on and so forth, everything, and they would be absolutely right. Absolutely right. But at the same time, when you analyze this story, let me say, from a Russian side, of course, you have no choice. Because the issue is this, of course, there is strong requirement from the highest level of the government, including Gorbachev, not to give any argument.
As part of their inspections deal with the West, the Soviets demanded reciprocal access to US facilities, including Fort Detrick. Alibekov was part of the delegation.
I suspected we wouldn't find something big. But what was absolutely shocking to me, we found nothing. And it was, to me, it was kind of complete change of my mind. I thought, yes, now I had enough in my life.
2 years after President Gorbachev's denial of any biological weapons program, its key scientist defected to the West.
I spent 17 years in my life just doing first unnecessary work and not legitimate work for a physician. And it was the time when I decided, yes, I'm fed up and I'm leaving this place.
It would take the collapse of the Soviet Union to slow down the bioweapons program. With no future in Russia, Sergei Popov defected and followed Alibekov to America.
The goal we put our effort for was a huge mistake we made in our life. A long time ago, actually, I decided that I would try to avoid any kind of research in this direction. I even promised myself, not to do animal experiments anymore, because I realized how unpleasant everything was, in my opinion.
When Alibekov first arrived in the US, he found it difficult to convince American intelligence of the scale of the Soviet bioweapons program.
When I was debriefed, a lot of people talked to me. And what I was noticing, of course, all of them had no idea what I was talking about when I was talking about production and so on and so forth. And one day, a relatively old man came to my office, and he gave me a very funny business card, and just says, buy a weapons expert.
Dr. Alibek and I can talk the same language. I have experience in this area. He has experience in this area. And it doesn't take very long for someone knowledgeable in the field to know when you're trying to fake it and what have you.
I realized immediately he was the one, I would say, the only person in my life in the United States who understood what I was talking about. From this point, of course, it was kind of relief. When I was asked what was an overall anthrax capability of the Soviet Union, and I said 4,000 tons, nobody believed. Nobody believed. It's impossible.
We were able to produce almost a metric ton of anthrax per year. The Soviet Union had the capability of producing 4,500 metric tons. These quantities were absolutely astounding to me. When I learned these quantities, I just put my head on the desk where we were talking, and I said, oh my God, what in the world do you do with 4,500 metric tons of anthrax?
The bioweapons technology created during the Cold War has since spread around the world. Some of the scientists who developed biological warfare then are now being recruited to defend against it. Sergei Popov works for a private biotech company. He is developing a broad-spectrum vaccine against a variety of biological agents.
If I had the possibility to change my life, I would start doing what I'm doing right now, because it's always been the most kind of attractive area of research, dealing with creatures like microbes, which sometimes look like they're cleverer than we are.
Kanachan Alibekov, now Ken Alibek, is vice president of a major biotech company and heads the U.S. National Center for Biodefense.
My research to find new treatment for various infectious diseases. I'm having some projects to develop protection against biological weapons.
Bill Patrick is a biodefense consultant, giving lectures on biological weapons to students at U.S. military colleges, the FBI, and CIA.
I'm one of the last people from the old offensive program that's out there beating the bushes and trying to disseminate what little information I know about biological warfare and what you do to combat it.
Matthew Messelson continues to lobby for a new, comprehensive treaty banning all research on chemical and biological weapons.
For our species to turn its knowledge of life processes against itself, this is a very dangerous enterprise.
David Kelly, former UN weapons inspector and biological weapons advisor to the British government, monitored the spread of weapons of mass destruction around the world.
There is no clear delineation between offensive research as opposed to development, offensive research and defensive research. It really is the intent behind it that determines whether it's offensive or defensive, and intent is very difficult to determine.
There's nothing she wants to be. this bioweapons, this COVID, all this stuff are bioweapons, my friends. Yeah, it's time for us to go to bed. I'm gonna come back, but I think I'm gonna add Dr. Mary's monkey. It's bio, it's GMO, it's this kinky stuff, it's screwing people, it's whatever they can do to mess people up. You've got a order that's falling apart, my friends. And we're in the crosshairs. Our existence is the problem. And I'm not talking about hating nobody else. I'm just saying you got to love yourself. It's a vicious game, a very vicious game. And we've got to get in our own game to survive and thrive. Punking out, fagging out, dyking out, drugging out, drinking out, whoring out, aborting out ain't gonna save us. It's that vicious. You see how much stuff to just kill people. It's really serious. It won't change. We have to change. Anyway, it's 4:17. It's time to everybody go to bed. We can resume. I think I'm gonna again go back to Dr. Reisman. We're gonna talk some about pork chop feminism. I'm hoping that I get my books. There are a couple of things I wanted I don't have. I've got my book Plague Wars, and I think this is just the intro. So y'all can go back and watch these. I'm going to try to make 3, 4, 5, 6 programs, and I'll be reaching out to people so I can do podcasts. All of this is going to happen very quickly. Anyway, y'all take care. God bless. Good night. Think, read, and thank you again for staying up all night for Angry Black Men's Book Club. Give yourselves a big I Don't Hate Black Men hand clap, and give yourself a big I Love Sister hand clap. I will be back. Good night. Love, peace. God bless. Keep you. God save Black America. Yes, and send me a donation. It could be $1, and I got to do my Patreon. Pray that I get this scanner together because it kicked my behind today. All right. Good night, Sister Sheila and everybody. See ya. Good night.